the direction of Irving Reese. Danse Macabre.
It is midnight. In his twilight graveyard world, death sits alone with his mist-hung silent tombs. The chill night wind moans in the linden trees. The shades of shadows flee each other in the ghostly gloom. And death makes music on his violin, striking his heels against a hollow tomb. Death's fingers pluck the vibrant strings. His tune is now an airy dance, and now a plaintive dirge. The doleful cadence echoed by the mournful wind. The gaunt trees and the gravestones silently attend the phantom concert in the world of night.
I cannot play. I am lonely, for all men shun me. And the black night is my only friend. The black night and its wild winds, shrieking music in the void. My realm is desolate and bleak. In life, men laugh and sing. Their hearts are light and filled with joy. There I can play and find a company to mingle gaiety with my music. I'll go among them and banish this melancholy humor. I'll go to life.
Lord, it's cold in this hut tonight. What's keeping that daughter of mine so long? Maria! Maria!
Yes, Father, I'm coming.
Hurry, then. I've been back from the pasture since sundown. The stars are out already, and no supper. Well, come in, girl, come in. The hut will be freezing if I keep the door open much longer.
Look, Father, I've been milking.
So I see.
Oh, the cow looked very funny today. Do you suppose,
Maria,
Father...
for the love of heaven, set that pail down before you spill the milk. And get me some supper. Hurry. Now, what is it? Come, child, I'm sorry I scolded you. Now, stop your crying. There's a good girl. I'll bring you a beautiful gift from the fair tomorrow.
Oh, now I've got something beautiful to think about all night. First I could want a ring, but then I'd say a ring isn't such a much. So I will want an orange. But anyone can have an orange. So I would rather have...
Now, who can that be? People shouldn't go about after dark disturbing other people's supper. Well, go to the door, girl. What are you waiting for?
In a minute. I'm coming. Oh, come in, sir.
You have kept me waiting.
Come in, stranger. We are not accustomed to visitors at this hour.
I seldom come where I am expected.
A traveler? Oh, a musician. Well, after supper, you can play for us.
My time is short. I cannot stay to supper. I shall play for you now.
Now?
Yes, if your daughter will dance for me.
For me, Dad?
He'll do no such thing.
I thought it the custom of the land never to deny a guest. I have come far in search of laughter and of music. My eyes are hungry for the sight of wanton grace. You are simple folk and good. You will grant this one request. Tell the girl to dance.
You have come unbidden to my hut, and I have not had my supper yet. Let there be no more talk of dancing.
You do wrong to deny me.
I don't know who you are, or to what you're accustomed. This is my hut. I am master here, and I want supper and no dancing.
Your hearts are cold. There is no gladness in them. I must seek elsewhere for companions. and I shall take with me what you have treasured least, the joy of life.
Maria! He's disappeared.
Disappeared?
No sign of him anywhere.
No.
Oh, well. Good riddance. Wandering vagabonds coming into people's homes, telling them what they must do. Still, he might have stayed to supper. What's the matter with you, girl? Can a man find no peace in his home? Supper waiting, strangers calling, and now you clumsy creature, dropping all the food?
Water, Father. Water.
What is it, child? Why, what's come over you? Dear God, her face is turning purple.
Oh, I'm so thirsty. So thirsty.
Her lips are black.
Oh.
And her eyes.
Oh.
It couldn't be. Plague. It's the plague. My little Maria is dead. And I wouldn't even let her die.
No, Peter, it isn't much fun playing anymore. There's only the two of us now. That's why you want to play with me. There's nobody else to play with.
Well, it isn't so much fun, but it's better than sitting in the house all day. Everybody's crying. When they aren't crying, they're playing.
Yes. I'm afraid to go home. It's so creepy. I don't know what to do. Peter.
Yes, Lena?
Peter, where have they all gone? Bess and your brother John and Ruth and Richard. Where are they?
My mother told me they went to heaven.
That's where my mother is. My father said she went there.
Oh, don't cry, Lena. You always cry. We ought to play tag.
Peter, where's heaven?
I'm not sure. Up over the sky somewhere.
I'm awfully frightened.
There's nothing to be afraid of, really.
But suppose you should go to heaven.
I'm not going.
But suppose you did. And my father. There wouldn't be anyone left.
I told you I'm not going. You're not going either. We'll stay right here, you and me.
Hold my hand. That's right. Peter.
Now what's the matter?
Is there a heaven?
There must be. That's where they all went. All the people that died.
Hold my hand tighter. That's what I'm so afraid of.
Heaven?
No, because they told me what heaven's like. Well, angels and beautiful things. But you have to die to go there. Don't let go of my hand. And I don't know what that's like.
I wish you wouldn't talk so much.
What's it like to die, Peter?
Hush. Here comes Tom, the fiddler. No, it's not Tom. It's a stranger.
Let's run. He frightens me. Oh, I am. But Peter, you haven't answered me. What's it like?
Wait. Even the children run from me. Poor innocents. Their hearts are filled with fear. Must they be punished too? Why won't they dance for me? Why do they shun the gaiety I bring? How strange that men can make no better use of life. The gift of death I bring them scarcely teaches them to value life the more. Yet I must seek the dance of life for which I came. And woe to those who deny
My father just died.
What do we do? A stranger came to our house.
And he asked for dances.
We don't dance for strangers.
And then the baby died.
My father.
My son.
My child. Where he's been seen in the hills.
The stranger.
Stranger.
He asked for dances and the plague's broken out there too.
Who is the stranger? He says he's a fiddler. Curse him. Curse him. We need help.
What shall we do?
Let's go to the king.
We need doctors.
We need food for our sick ones. We need to banish the stranger. To the king. To the king.
Pandor. Yes, Your Majesty?
What's that infernal row out there?
Your people are seeking an audience. They can't have it. Listen to them howling like wolves. They'll wake up the whole palace. Send them away.
I cannot. If your majesty will be good enough to go to the window, he will see that there are thousands. They've been gathering all through the afternoon.
Oh, dear. You see what it is to be a king. No peace, no privacy. Listen to them. You'd think they'd have some consideration.
They're in great trouble.
Trouble? What trouble? Why hadn't anyone told me of it? Am I not the king?
Death has come to the land. Thousands are dying of sickness. The crops have failed. Water is scarce.
So? And all of this has been going on without a word of it breathed to me? I must say, Panda, that you've sadly abused my confidence. Who's responsible for all this?
No man, sire. A foe more deadly. Plague.
Plague? Here in my kingdom? How terrible. Do you have it?
I assure you,
Don't come near me.
There is nothing to fear. As long as we remain in the palace, we are safe.
Oh, what a misfortune. What will the Queen say?
There are strange rumors of a half-mad fiddler who wanders over the countryside, asking the passers-by to dance. Some say that he is seen whenever death will strike. I deem it an old wives' tale.
Why don't they stop that horrible wailing? I can't help them.
Speak to them, sire. A king must be first in his land, and bravest in times of danger.
Let's go to the window. Bravest in times of danger. Yes. What a lot of them there are. I have a great many subjects, Panda? And they're all afraid. But I am brave. Is that it?
Exactly.
Throw open the windows. My people, I know your desperate plight. I shall help you. Have I ever failed you? No. Never. Do not tremble. Face your troubles calmly as I do. Never let it be said that we bowed our heads before the enemy.
March forward bravely like soldiers.
March forward bravely like soldiers and men.
Clear your throat, your majesty.
Shall it be said that we're heroes or cowards?
Bold, sire, bold, betray me.
I hereby decree that 10,000 pieces of gold be taken from the treasury and distributed among the people who are neediest. You may close the window, Panda. Oh, how was that, Panda?
The people were pleased, sire.
Shall it be said that we were heroes or cowards? They seem to like that pretty well. I must make a note of it. Wait. What was that part about money? What did I say there?
You promised them 10,000 pieces of gold.
10,000? But that's ridiculous. We haven't that much in the public treasury.
500 pieces will do as well. After all, it's the sentiment behind the gesture that's most appealing. You bolstered up their morale. That's half the battle.
Oh, most wise counselor. Good Panda. How very clever of you. Come, we must tell the Queen how clever we were. What's this?
The charwoman's bucket, sire.
I can see that, you idiot. What's it doing here? Miranda! She should be punished for this. Miranda! Where is that stupid old woman?
She is there, sire.
What? Lying outstretched on the floor? What sort of conduct is this? Get up off the floor, Miranda. Panda. Look at her face. It's black. And her eyes. What is it, Panda? Can it be?
Plague. The woman is dead, your majesty.
Dear, you can't sit on the palace steps throughout the night. Come away from here.
But where can I go? The cursed plague has taken my mother away from me.
Don't cry anymore. I wonder that you have any tears left.
That's all I do have left, my darling. Even my dreams are gone.
No, don't think that. I know it's terrible for you. Terrible for everybody in this dreadful time. The plague, the dying all about it.
My mother.
Try to forget.
Forget my mother and all she's done for me. Forget that she scrubbed floors. Yes, even the king's floors for me. Forget.
No, Jan. I don't want you to forget your mother. I want you to remember all the wonderful things we planned in her lifetime.
Gina, I have no hopes. No plans now. Don't you see? We can't marry. And even if we were willing to risk it, even if we had that terrible courage, your father would never consent.
Father isn't cruel, Jan.
No, he isn't cruel. But he wants what is best for his daughter. You haven't forgotten that the merchant wants to marry you? Think of it. The richest man in town. You say he has more money. Why, they say he has even more money than the king.
I don't care. I don't care about money.
But the world does.
I don't care about the world.
But your father does. Do you think he'll permit his only daughter to marry the poor dead charwoman's son?
But I don't love the merchant. I love you.
Well. You know, my girl, you'll have to choose your friends more carefully when you marry me, the charwoman's son. Poor taste. Sets a bad example.
Oh, fool's right. We would set a bad example. Goodbye, Gina.
Jan, you mustn't go. Jan, come back. Oh, no.
Well, there you are. He's gone off without answering, ill-bred puppy. But then what can you expect from the child?
Don't speak to me. I despise you.
Gina.
I do.
Now, my dear, calm yourself. Well, I'm sure your father wouldn't approve of that frown. Oh, couldn't you smile? One sweet smile for me.
Smile at you. I'd as soon smile at a toad. You're oily and fat.
I'm a trifle robust, but...
disagreeable, and you're old enough to be my grandfather.
Grandfather, why,
Except
dear...
that I'd die before I'd admit knowing you, much less marrying you. I loathe you. If you ever speak to me again, I'll go to the king. I hate you.
Gina, you... Well, of all the little devil, what strange creatures women are. I'd never have believed it could arouse such emotion in her. What a fine little wife she'll make. Why, Good evening, merchant. Oh. Good evening to you, stranger. I have a small favor to ask of you.
I'm sorry, sir. If it's money you want, you'll have to go elsewhere. Everyone comes to me in these troublesome times, and not for love of me, mind you, but for my money. Trade's a costly business. Well, I didn't start, and I'm not going to pay for it. So if it's money, you...
I do not ask for money, merchant.
Well, then,
Will you dance for me?
dance for you? Well, of all the preposterous... What do you take me for, you scatterbrained fool?
I am a fiddler, merchant. I must have dancers for my tunes.
Well, find them elsewhere. I have important affairs to attend. Go play your fiddle for the rabble in the square.
I shall play.
Bah! Fiddling at midday when there's so much to be done. What's the world coming to? What's the world coming?
How do you feel today, Pandor?
For one of my years, I may say well. Very well indeed.
Well, you mustn't be too certain about that. Only yesterday, Moneybags, the Minister of the Treasury, said the same thing. And a few moments later, he died before my very eyes. It was horrible. His face grew black, and his eyes stared from his head, and then his tongue stuck out.
In the presence of his king. But then Moneybags was never overly courteous. He was too proud.
Death. We'll all be destroyed. Pandor, if I live, I shall be a king of shadows. My people are being struck down like blades of grass, and I'm powerless to defend them. What shall I do?
Do? Why, nothing. Compose yourself, sire. Death is not in itself an evil thing. It's the fear of death that torments us. In my youth...
Pandor! Oh, I've just had a terrible thought.
Another, sire?
Moneybags is dead.
So you said.
And the royal treasury is empty.
Oh, is your majesty certain of that?
Positive. I looked myself this morning. There's a bag of silver and some family jewelry. You know what that comes to.
Oh, this is indeed serious. We must find a successor for Moneybags.
Yes, who?
Let me think. I have it. There's a merchant in the town who's grown prosperous, selling pine boards and silver ornaments for coffins. A prudent man.
A worthy man. Pine boards. Why don't I think of such things? He will make an excellent minister of the treasury. Fetch him at once. I must speak with him.
Never in this world.
Eh? Where did you come from? Why can't I speak with my subjects when and where I wish?
The merchant is dead.
Dead? He too? Is no one to be spared?
What man can tell?
You dare? You miserable vagabond, you dare address the king? Who are you?
A fiddler.
I should like to hear your music. Something cheerful would go well. Come, play for us.
Will you dance?
Dance now? What nonsense. Play. Play, I command you.
I play when I choose. I am not to be commanded.
What impudence. I will teach you to address a king.
King. A king is only a man with a crown and scepter. And what is a man? A thing of earthly substance, easily mortified. Look upon Panda, this divine philosopher, this worthy patriarch. Can you not see where death already claims his due? His very countenance is bare and shining as a skull.
Your Majesty, I appeal to you to stop this fellow's insane gibbering.
I don't know, Panda. There's something in what he says. You are an evil-looking old man. Death hangs about you like a shroud.
But I have wisdom. I have looked into the hearts of men. I've studied the ways of nature and torn her secrets from her. I've even ventured where most men fear to tread, into the dark, mysterious realm of the unknown.
You speak words, and words die with the man.
But not wisdom. The questions I have asked of life are answered for all men to know, and men have profited by my counsel. You, your Majesty, cannot scorn me while I have the power that is thought. Without me, you'd not long be king.
Hear the fool. Am I not handsome and brave? You are old and feeble, but I am king. My word is feared.
By all but fiddlers, it would seem.
By all but fiddlers? Villain, what new subtlety have you invented now?
If you are all you say, how is it that you can't make this fellow play for you?
So that's it. Fiddler, play. You hear me? Play, or I shall punish you. I'll have you put to death.
Death. Little king. I, too, am a ruler in another land. My subjects are as numberless as the sands. No man knows the limits of my realm. Yet I am lonely. Does that seem strange? For all men shun me. The black night is my only friend. The black night and its wild winds shrieking music in the void. I would make music, too. I am a fiddler, as you see. But what's a fiddler without dancers? I came among you longing to find a company who'd whirl and spin to merry tunes and sad. But in your land, I found no light and joy. The dance of life is but a witless brawl. I seek no more. I shall return to my dark realm, but not alone.
A most extraordinary fellow.
It is not seemly for a king to be so frivolous. It is against all precedent. I question it.
Will you dance?
Well,
All men must dance when I have called.
All men.
Listen. Can you hear my music in the wind? Does your mind sicken with its song?
Your heart tremble in its rhythm?
Prepare,
for you have lingered over long.
Prepare.
In my twilight world there are dances. In the blackness of the night there is music. And over the gravestones the clatter of dancing feet. 'Tis well. Untold centuries I have spent in loneliness, whose kingdom is the universe, to whom all life comes in the end. For who has been able to resist death? Look at them, the king and the charwoman, the idiot girl and the philosopher, the oily merchant and the lovely bride. All of them have come to me. All of them are dancing for me. Come, my friends. Faster, 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 faster. Look at them. They want for nothing. They know not desire. They have forgotten the needs of the living. I have allowed them no memory.
Faster, 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 faster.
Like my kingdom, my subjects are leveled and dim.
But how fair my dancers! How fair my dancers!
I could dance with you forever, Mr. Pandora.
What is forever, Maria? Or perhaps I should ask, when is forever?
Forever? Oh, I suppose now is forever. Oh, see, you have forgotten to turn me about.
Why should I turn you?
Because that is the way to dance. See, they are all turning.
You're truly a wonderful partner. You never question, and yet you can always answer me. The pattern of existence in this place is splendidly adequate. In this place. Does that mean that there are other places?
Mr. Pandora, there is only here, just like there is only now. And here and now we are dancing.
Yes, you are wise. Only vaguely through a veil I seem to remember other things.
Still questioning, my friend?
No, sire, I am learning to dance with my very amiable partner.
You must learn your steps.
Said I'd get the prettiest girl in the town, Gina.
And am I the prettiest girl in the town?
Merchant, would you trade your partner?
Trade? Oh, what can he mean? Come, we must dance, Gina.
Yes.
Come, we must dance.
In life, you never would have known that joy. Charwoman and the king. How goes the dance, my friends?
Oh, it has been difficult for me to learn the steps, Your Majesty. You are Her Majesty, aren't you? And such a fiddler, too. It's been hard to learn the steps, but this gentleman here, he just so polite and proper. My lady, he says, just follow me.
Oh, but the lady is unduly modest. Her bearing is truly regal. I relax with her. I flower. An amiable partner. Milady, just glide and turn. Just glide and turn.
Here comes the fiddler. What's a fiddler? I don't remember. It's such fun to dance, don't you think? Oh, yes.
What were you saying, child?
I was asking a question. Now I remember. Kind gentlemen, what's it like to die? What did I say?
Nothing, child. Dance.
Faster. Faster.
Now it's forever. I seem to recall other things.
The prettiest girl in town.
I'm so very pleased.
My lady, just follow me.
Oh, the lady's unduly modest.
The cock crows, and the gleaming dawn breaks slowly over tomb and stone. Gone are the phantoms from the waking world, and still the strains of death's macabre dance.
The Columbia Workshop has presented as the 33rd program in its series devoted to experimental radio, Danse Macabre, an original radio play by Helen Burgavoy and George Zachary, based on Saint-Saëns' tone poem of the same name. The production was directed by Irving Reese. Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Columbia Workshop, under the direction of Irving Reese, presents Edgar Allan Poe's The Telltale Heart.
Come in. Yes, Wilson?
The patient in 19 is frightfully nervous, Dr. Wilfred.
He'll be all right after the storm breaks.
Yes, Doctor.
You'll learn after you've been at this asylum for a while that most of the incurably insane are rather susceptible to atmospheric disturbances.
Yes, I suppose so.
The mental condition of some makes them more sensitive than others. Noises bother them. Sometimes they grow quite violent. The man in 19 is especially affected. His mental affliction was caused by an imagined keen sense of hearing.
That's rather odd. You mean that he heard things that other people didn't hear?
Yes. Did you ever stop to think how many little noises are part of our daily lives?
No, sir. I don't believe I ever have.
Well, don't. For someday you're apt to occupy the room next to number 19. It gets on your nerves after a while. It becomes a habit to listen to these little noises and to make up little stories and songs in their rhythm.
Stories and songs?
Surely. I see you're smiling. You think I'm joking. Well, you've ridden on a railroad train, haven't you?
Why, of course.
Didn't you ever listen to the wheels? Clickety-clack, 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 over and over again? And finally they begin to talk, and they say, going away, going away, going away.
Well, yes, I guess they do.
The same thing happens with all the other little noises. They begin to talk to you. Ordinary people don't hear them. But to the sensitive ones, these noises talk the livelong day and night.
I'm glad that I'm normal.
But what is normal? It's so hard to tell. There's no dividing line to cling to. You and I have our idiosyncrasies. Who can say whether they should be classed as sane or insane? In the case of these little noises, my nerves are set on edge by the sound of someone drumming with their fingers on the arm of a chair. And I could cheerfully murder the person who sits behind me at a concert and keeps time to the music with his foot on the back of my seat.
Those noises don't bother me very much. But I have spent a good many sleepless nights listening to the sound of water falling in the basin from a leaky tap.
And I've been driven into a frenzy by the sound of an ancient clock that ticked off beat. Now, if these very apparent, very loud sounds bother you and me, can you imagine what they would do to a supersensitive man?
They would probably drive him to murder.
You're right. And the man in number 19 is a murderer.
You're joking, Dr. Wilfred.
Indeed, I'm not. The man in number 19 is one of the chief characters in a very famous murder case that delighted the newspaper several years ago. It was a particularly brutal affair, and as far as the police could learn, there was no motive. The victim was an old man, harmless enough, if you overlook the childish habits that go with old age. He and our patient in 19 lived alone in an old house not far from here. The old man had a little money.
Then the motive must have been robbery.
No, the motive wasn't robbery. Our patient made no move to run away or to hide the money. Although he did hide the corpse.
And the police found it?
No, the police didn't even suspect there was one until our patient confessed.
Why did he do that? To ease his conscience?
Conscience? I should say not. He was overjoyed because the old man was dead.
And why did he tell?
He was betrayed.
Betrayed?
Yes. By one of our little noises. Our little noises that sometimes talk.
What kind of noise?
The sound of a beating heart.
His own heart?
No. The heart of a dead man. The man he had killed and buried under the floor.
That's madness. Hallucination.
Perhaps. Some would call it that. Sometimes I wonder myself what happened in the world he lived in. It was a night much like this when it happened. A heavy, oppressive night. Wet with rain and the echoes of crashing thunder. The old man sat before the fireplace, dozing. The young man tried to read. But an insistent voice beat an undeniable rhythm in the world's sound and the mind's fury.
There he sits. Driving me mad. Why won't he die? Die. If I but dared. If
ice, cold as death. Death, 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 death. Death, 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 death. One little move, one little move. Squeezing his throat between my hands, till he is dead, until he is dead. Dead, 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 dead. Nine o'clock. Still there is time before he wakes. Why do I wait until it's too late? Too late. Don't wait. Am I afraid? Afraid of his eye? How can I live unless he shall die? If he is dead, the eye will be dead. I shall be free of this dread. Dread, dead. My moment is over. The eye is awake. The eye of a vulture. The eye of a snake. Was I afraid? Why was I weak? He awakes from his dream and is trying to speak.
What time is it, Paul?
The clock has just struck 9.
Bedtime.
Yes, bedtime.
When one is old, that is the best time of all. Bones are weary, and sleep is the anodyne that makes them see young again.
I don't see how you can sleep at night. You nap the whole day long.
Sometimes I'm not really napping. Just close my eyes and think.
Think? Think about what?
Oh, about lots of things. About old things, old times, and old loves. One of the penalties of living so long is that one becomes a desert island surrounded by youth and loneliness.
One could remedy that by dying.
Dying?
Yes.
Strange that you should say that. I've had a premonition for several days that I was going to die.
You mean you're not feeling well?
I never felt better. But it seems as if death were standing at my shoulder, and if I turned suddenly, I should meet him face to face. At night, I have strange dreams.
Dreams?
Yes. I dreamed I heard steps coming up the stairs, slowly, cautiously. Oh, it was so vivid that I even heard that third stair creak. It has for years, you know.
Yes, I know. What else did you dream?
I thought that someone turned the knob of the door, and then, inch by inch, the door was pushed open. Fear gripped my heart and bound my limbs. I could neither move nor cry out. I died 1,000 deaths in those minutes.
You must have eaten something that disagreed with you. Did you wake up then?
No. The minutes passed, and there was no further movement from my midnight visitor. I knew I must have been dreaming, and yet it all seemed so real.
Of course you were dreaming. The thief would have to pass me to go up those stairs, and I certainly would have heard him.
Yes, you would have heard him. It was only a dream, of course. The strange thing about it is that I've dreamed that same dream twice.
Twice?
Yes. Last night and the night before last.
That is strange.
Very strange.
Perhaps tonight, if you took a sleeping powder.
No. I must not sleep too soundly. If I should dream that dream again, I must be able to awake. If I don't wake, I shall die.
Nonsense. You're taking the whole thing too seriously.
Perhaps. Well, I'm off to bed. And good night.
Good night. Sleep tight, alive today and dead tonight. Dead tonight, dead tonight, his terrible eye opened in fright. He thought it a dream, and it was I who climbed the stairs and saw his eye. 2 nights we waited, death and I, and twice we were fooled by the terrible eye. Tonight's the night when death and I will win our fight with that terrible eye. At 12 o'clock we'll climb the stair and find the old man sleeping there. A sudden cry and then a groan, and death and I will be left alone. 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 Death and I alone. Alone. Alone.
We are the little voices of the night.
The little voices that talk to you in the darkness. The little voices that drive you to madness.
I am the voice of a rat gnawing in the wall.
I am the ghostly creak of the floor. I am the voice of cooling coals in the grate.
Little voices that whisper all through the night.
Little voices that whisper little secrets. The young men sitting here by the fire can hear us. What is he thinking? Voice of the wind on the shutter.
You're thinking of murder, voice of the rain on the door.
Murder? Who is going to die? Voice of a curtain in the wind. The old man who sleeps at the top of the stairs. Voice of the flame in the lamp. The hour is here, voice of the wind in the chimney. The young man is pale. He starts for the stairs.
Who is that invisible figure who walks behind the voice of the rain on the roof?
His companion is death, voice of the rain on the coals.
Why did you cry out, voice of the creek in the step?
Because a murderer stepped on me, voice of the years in the wall. The young man and death are at the old man's door. Why did you scream, voice of the knob on the door?
Because I was touched by a murderer's hand, voice of rain on the roof.
The young man opens the door slowly, so slowly.
Why did you groan, voice of the hinge on the door?
To warn the old man that a murderer enters, voice the damp in the floor. The young man moves slowly towards the bed. His hands are outstretched. The old man still sleeps. Our voices cannot wake him.
Death will wake him.
Watching to eternal sleep. Wake him to wake no more.
Wake him to
It's over, voice of the wind in the chimney.
Over, voice of the raindrops on the coals. Over, voice of the years in the walls.
over, voice of the shutter in the wind.
The old man is dead.
The old man is dead. Dead.
Dead.
Dead.
Just a minute, I'm coming.
Well, what can I do for you, gentlemen?
We're sorry to disturb you. We're from the police. The neighbors asked us to investigate.
Police? Well, what is it they want investigated?
They reported to us that shortly after midnight they were awakened by a scream.
A scream? What kind of a scream?
They said it sounded as if someone were being murdered.
Murdered? You're joking.
I'm only telling you what they said. They believe that the scream came from this house.
Why, that's impossible. There's no one here except myself. And I'm sure that I didn't scream. Oh, wait a minute, though. I did have a bad dream. Perhaps I cried out before I wakened.
Perhaps. You say that you live here all alone?
Yes.
The neighbors told us that the house was occupied by two people. One of them an old man.
Oh. I guess they must have meant my uncle. He used to live here with me.
Where is he now?
His health wasn't very good. I sent him away to the country for the summer.
How long ago was that?
About 2 days ago. Yes, last Wednesday it was, I believe.
I see. Do you mind if we look around?
Well,
not that we suspect you of any wrongdoing, but it's customary to make an inspection.
Certainly. Come right in.
Thanks.
Since my nosy neighbors believe me guilty of some foul crime, I shall be glad to have you establish my innocence. Right this way, please.
Right.
Mind the step there. The house isn't very large, so it won't take much of your time. Now, this is the living room.
I see.
Those steps lead up to the upper part of the house, and that door over there opens on a passage that goes to the kitchen and the basement.
Right.
Suppose that we sit here by the fire and have a glass of wine while your men look the place over.
That sounds like an excellent idea. Russell, you take this floor. Adams can take the one above.
Right. Yes, sir.
Now, will you have one of these cigars, officer? I can recommend them very highly.
Thank you.
My uncle was very fond of them, but he had to give up smoking.
Why was that?
He had some trouble breathing. Oh, don't strike that match there, please.
Why not? I wasn't going to mar the furniture.
It isn't that. But my uncle used to always scratch matches in that identical place. It makes a rasping noise that sets my nerves on edge. Sometimes I thought I'd go crazy hearing that sound.
Why didn't you tell him not to do it?
I don't know. I don't know why, but little noises have always bothered me. That clock there, for instance. I'm going to let it run down. Then it'll never annoy me again. And I shall be free of one more torment.
It seems a shame to let such a fine timepiece stand idle. It's very old, isn't it?
Yes, it's a family heirloom. My uncle was very fond of it. That's his picture up there on the wall.
Oh. Fine-looking old gentleman.
I suppose so. It flatters him a bit. The artist didn't paint his subject truly.
Is that so?
Yes. Your wine, officer.
Oh, thank you.
Your health.
And yours.
Listen. Do you hear anything?
I hear Adams moving about upstairs.
No. Something in this room.
Oh, you must have sharper ears than I have.
Probably only my imagination. As I was saying, the artist who painted that portrait was very kind to my uncle. He didn't catch the cold blue of his eyes. And one of them had a peculiar cast in it and was covered with a film.
Indeed?
Yes. My blood ran cold every time he looked at me. I hated that eye.
Well, I suppose such an affliction would bother one after a time. You say your uncle will be away all summer.
Yes. And then again, he may be where I sent him for a long, long time. We can have some more wine. It'll warm you up a bit. It's rather chilly.
Chilly? Why, I'm warm as toast.
Are you? Perhaps I've caught a bit of a cold. Have some anyway.
Sure, thank you.
Everything all right downstairs, sir?
Right.
Nothing suspicious? No bodies lying around? No bloodstains on the kitchen floor? What a disappointment that'll be to my dear neighbors. Let's see, you're Russell, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
Oh. Well, Russell, have a glass of wine with us. Detecting crimes must be rather dry work.
Oh, thank you very much.
Not at all. Here, pour it yourself. I believe the other bloodhound has finished, too, and is coming down the stairs. Yes, and from the sound of his footsteps, I'm afraid his report is going to be just as disappointing.
Well, Adams? Nothing disturbed upstairs, sir.
I must apologize to all you gentlemen for having wasted your time.
I don't call it a waste of time when we've discovered what excellent wine you keep in your decanter.
I'm glad you feel that way about it. And you've all been so agreeable that I'm going to make you a promise. If I ever do commit a murder, I shall be arrested by no other policeman.
Well, we'll be very happy to oblige. If you'll just send us notice in time, eh?
Come, Adams. There's something left in that decanter. Help yourself.
Oh, thank you, sir.
It's all right. You won't know this place, gentlemen, if you ever come again. I'm going to completely rebuild it.
But why?
The house is old. It's full of little noises. You probably noticed how that third stair creaks when you step on it.
Yes, but that could be fixed easily.
Perhaps, but the noise might return. No, the entire stairway must be rebuilt. The whole house must be rebuilt to get rid of the little noises. Like the one you hear now.
What one? I don't hear anything.
You don't hear that steady beating sound? Like a watch wrapped in cotton. That dull, rhythmic, sickening sound?
No. No, I hear nothing at all.
I can hear it. That's why the house must be torn down and built again. It must have all new hardware. The knob on that door upstairs makes a grating sound. And the hinge rasps when the door is slowly opened.
Seems like a lot of needless expense when they could be silenced with a little oil.
Yes, but they would be the same hinge and lock. And sooner or late, they would rasp and grate again. But more important than all those noises is the one that's in this room. That beating sound that's growing louder and louder as we sit here. Can't you hear it? Can't you feel it? If it isn't stopped, I'll go mad.
Really, sir, I think you've had too much wine. Or perhaps you're ill. I think you should go to bed.
Yes, come. I'll help you up the stairs and you can lie down. No, the stairs will creak and that lock will grate. That hinge will rasp and that noise, that deadly beating noise will follow me to beat itself into my dreams.
But, my dear sir, there is no noise such as you describe.
You can't hear it?
No. Can you, Adams?
No, sir.
How about you, Russell?
I can't hear a thing, sir.
There. Now, you see?
You're laughing at me. You're torturing me. You're making me believe that you don't hear it so that I'll confess.
Confess? Confess what?
What that sound is. And from where it comes.
My dear young man, you're working yourself into a frenzy. I think we better leave you to yourself.
No, don't leave me here alone. Don't leave me alone with that.
What are you talking about?
You can hear it as well as I can. You've all heard it from the minute you entered this house. You're mocking me. You've been laughing at my terror. All the time you've been sitting here, you've heard it and exulted, waited for me to break down. What kind of men are you to sit there and torture a man like this?
My dear sir, we have...
You know that I was guilty when you knocked on that door. You looked for blood in my hands when I opened it. I saw you. And I saw how disappointed you were when you saw that they were spotless.
Well, see here,
I threw you off the scent for a moment as we stood at the door talking. You thought for a moment that you were wrong. And then from within the house, you heard the sound that convinced you that you were right.
What sound are you talking about?
The same sound that we hear now. The same sound that's growing louder every minute. I saw the smile of triumph that crossed your face when your ear first detected it. I saw the smirk that rested on the faces of your men. And then you asked if you might come in. Not because you suspected me. Oh, no. But because it was customary in such cases. You wanted to see just how cool you could be. You wanted to see how much I would suffer. You stayed here with me and sent your men to search the house. To pretend to search the house because you knew where it was. They played their parts well. They made all the little noises set my shattered nerves on edge. The creak of the stairs, the grate of the lock, the rasp of the hinge. But you stayed here with me to listen to that loudest noise of all, to torture me.
Torture? What are you getting at?
That beating, that accursed beating. It grows louder, louder, louder. If you were stone deaf, you could hear it. For it shrieks murder, murder, murder.
Oh, you're mad.
Of course I'm mad. Get me away from here. Take me anywhere you like. Do anything you please with me. Hang me, cut off my head, kill me. If you have any mercy at all, stop that sound of that heart.
We don't know what you're talking about.
Lie you still and dissemble no more. I admit the deed. I killed the old man. Tear up those planks under that chair. There you'll find his body. Take it away, and stop the beating of that hideous heart.
And that, Wilson, is the story of our patient in number 19. A murderer betrayed by the beating of his own heart, which he alone could hear. You see, he thought it was the beating of the heart of the dead man whom he'd buried under the floor.
Did they find the body of the old man?
Yes, he showed them exactly where it was hidden. Helped them take up the planks, frantic, laughing, crying, babbling incoherently. At the trial, he seemed eager to confess his guilt, seeming to believe that confession would still the horrible sound that still beat in his ears. They judged him insane, which he was, and committed him to our asylum, though I believe that death would have been more merciful. He goes on living in perpetual torment, plagued by the little noises, and all the while in his rotting brain beats the hideous rhythm of that long-stilled heart.
The Columbia Workshop has presented The Telltale Heart, Edgar Allan Poe's famous story, which was dramatized for radio by Charles Tazewell. A special musical score was composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. Irving Reese directed. The Telltale Heart effect, which you heard, was an actual human heartbeat amplified more than 10 billion times. The Workshop is always interested in receiving your suggestions, comments, and criticisms of its work. If you have a favorite story which you would like to have broadcast and which you think would lend itself to unusual radio treatment, write a note to the director of the Columbia Workshop, Columbia Network, New York City. Tune in next week for another workshop presentation. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Appointment with Fear. This is your storyteller, the man in black. Here again to bring you another placid evening in our Far Side series, Appointment with Fear.
This is the story of a man who commits murder and gets away with it. Does the idea shock you? Do you believe that justice must always be done? But you and I needn't be cynics to know that justice is very seldom done in this world. Innocence flinches. Guilt is childish and bland. Innocence is imposed upon. Guilt can compass all things. Even a successful murder And I know this because I was the murderer you asked? They would hardly tell you that if you inquired at Scotland Yard. I was the victim.
In Bond Street, not far from Piccadilly, there used to be an establishment, which in a less fashionable part of town would have been called a shop. On the windows, in letters as discreet as a visiting card, were the words, Charles Markham, antique dealer. 40 years ago, far back it takes us, this antique shop, despite deep carpets and crystal chandeliers, was a dingy place. It rustled with the ticking of 100 clocks. It was shadowed by damascened armor and the colors of tall tapestries. And late one summer night, when the shutters had long been closed on the windows, a four-wheeler drew up at that door in the gas-lit street.
That's all, cabby. You needn't wait.
Very good, miss. Good night.
Good night. He must be here. He must be. I won't go back to that place. I'll kill myself first.
Now, look here, old man, you needn't. I beg your pardon.
And I beg yours. I'm not the person you were expecting, am I?
No, madam. As a matter of fact, I was expecting a police officer.
A police officer?
Merely an old friend who often drops in for a talk and a drink.
You are Mr. Markham, aren't you?
Yes, my name is Markham. Can I be of any service to you?
I want to come in. I want to buy a present for somebody.
Really, madam, this is hardly the time.
Yes, I know it's late.
It's nearly 1 o'clock, madam. Surely tomorrow morning.
Oh, that'll be too late. This is a special occasion. It's a birthday present. Yes, it's a birthday present, and I've got to deliver it at breakfast. And Sir George Little says this is the only place in London to buy antiques.
Sir George flatters me.
Won't you let me come in just for 5 minutes?
Well, under the circumstances, madam, I think it might be managed. One moment while I put some lights on.
No, please. That one little light will be enough.
But you won't be able to see anything.
That doesn't matter. I'll trust your judgment.
Just as you like. This way, madam.
What's that? That noise?
Noise? Oh, you mean the clocks, madam. There are more than 100 clocks in this room. I'm very fond of them.
Don't they get on your nerves, ticking away together like a nightmare, striking the hours together?
They don't strike together. When the hour approaches, you'll hear a musical din that lasts for some time. Might I interest you in perhaps a clock?
No. I hate them.
Well, all the same, this grandfather clock might amuse you.
What about it?
Observe the signature. Johannes Carver. Londini Fecit Anno Domini 1752. You could see better, madam, if you raise that veil.
I'll keep my veil down, thanks.
Just as you please. But look at the clock. I open the glass. I open the glass face. Like this. I push the second hand forward. Like this. And...
1 o'clock. And all's well.
What was that voice?
Only the clock, madam. Nothing more.
The clock spoke.
Clever, isn't it? A device of old John Carver, anticipating Mr. Edison's gramophone by more than 100 years. But you don't like clocks.
No.
May I ask whether the present is for a lady or for a gentleman?
It's, for a man.
Has he some knowledge of antiques?
No, yes, I mean he...
Oh, furniture, perhaps. Porcelain, bronzes, tapestries, weapons.
He might be very much interested in weapons, yes.
Then I imagine his name is Mr. Ronald Gilbert. Will you tell me, Miss Ray, why you really came here tonight?
So you know who I am.
Naturally. You're Miss Judith Ray. Why did you come here?
I wanted to see what sort of man you actually were.
Have you found out?
No. But I won't go back to prison. I won't.
Since this is to be a business conference, Miss Ray, and I imagine it is.
Yes?
Then suppose we go into my office here at the back of the shop. Will you precede me?
Thank you.
You must excuse the dust covers I put on the chairs here. I'm leaving for holiday tomorrow, and the shop will be closed. When I return next week, Miss Ray, I shall expect the amount requested. In cash, of course.
But I can't raise £2,000. You ought to know that.
Your fiancé could raise the money, I imagine.
Ron? Do you think I'd have Ron know where I've been and what I've been?
It's better than having his father know, surely. Sit down, Miss Ray.
I'd rather stand, thank you.
No, that's very foolish gesture, but the ladies will do it. They think it gives them dignity and shows their disdain of the poor blackmailer. Oh, you see, I make no bones. I am a blackmailer.
You seem rather proud of yourself.
Why not? I'm the one person in England, perhaps in the world, who has made it a large-scale business.
Congratulations.
After all, what is life but blackmail? The child says, if you don't give me that, I'll scream. The grown woman says, if you go on behaving like this, I'll leave you. Your sex, Miss Ray, are blackmailers from the cradle.
You know Charles Markham.
Well?
I wonder if anybody has ever hurt you very much.
Hurt me? What do you mean?
When you talk about the world and people in general, your face goes white under the eyes. You pick up that letter opener from the desk.
Oh, not a letter opener, Miss Ray. A Medici dagger, 16th century work.
It isn't the money that really interests you, is it? You hate the world. You want to torture people as you think you've been tortured. Isn't that so?
This is a very sharp dagger, Miss Ray. If I throw it down on the desk, it sticks. Like that.
Isn't it so, Charles Markham?
My motives, Miss Ray, aren't in question.
I wonder.
Whereas your motives are. Now, let me see. 10 years ago, in 1894, a certain girl called Letty Wilson, your real name, I believe, fell in love with a rather contemptible underworld character named Arthur Aker.
Please.
No humiliation was too great for her. She worked for him, lied for him, stole
I was only 18. I didn't know what I was doing.
This girl, for a very shabby theft, was sentenced to 3 years penal servitude at Holloway Prison. 5 months later, she escapes from prison and disappears. All these years afterwards, she appears in the West End as Judith Ray, fashionable milliner.
Haven't I made up for it? Haven't I?
No.
For one mistake after 10 years?
That's the way of the world, my dear. I didn't create it. But, I'm forgetting the best part of the comedy. This paragon of virtue next falls in love with Mr. Ronald Gilbert, son of Major General Sir Edmund Gilbert. Such a respectable family, too.
Please.
Then, shall we say £2,000?
Suppose I did raise the money. I don't know how, but suppose I did raise it.
Well,
what guarantee would I have you wouldn't ask for still more money?
I probably shall ask for more money, Miss Ray. That's my privilege as a blackmailer.
Then I'm never going to be free of you. Is that it?
Frankly, that's it.
Unless I kill you, of course. What if I did kill you?
People have threatened that before, but they haven't meant it.
Maybe I mean it.
Well, we can easily test you out. There's a sharp knife stuck in the desk in front of you. I'm going to get up and deliberately turn my back on you like this.
Be careful, Charles Markham.
As a student of human nature, I'm curious. How much will you risk to keep this secret? Have you the courage to kill and risk hanging?
Yes, I think I have.
Look out, you fool!
What was that?
Aren't you glad? Aren't you glad you held back at the last moment, Miss Ray?
I said, what was that?
That, my dear, was the front door bell. Probably my friend, Inspector Ross from Wigmore Street Police Station. Come on in, old man. The front door isn't locked.
You wanted me to attack you, didn't you?
No. I was merely curious. And in any case, Miss Ray, it would be useless to kill me.
Useless? Why?
Because I shouldn't die.
Oh, don't talk rot.
It's quite true. A man in my position must take certain precautions. If you killed me, I should be back to haunt you within half an hour. And I don't happen to be joking. Come in.
Now, look here, Markham.
Ron! Mr. Ronald Gilbert, as I live.
Ron, what are you doing here? He hasn't got anything against you, has he?
Speak up, Mr. Gilbert. Have I?
Well, the fact is, Judith, I...
Look at him, Miss Ray. See how he changes color and clenches his hands and altogether resembles a boy caught at the jam cupboard. The perfect picture of a gentleman being a gentleman.
Now, look here, Markham. I'm not very clever. You can always make a fool of me when you start talking. Let's stop talking. I've brought the money.
What money?
Mary my fee for keeping quiet about you.
So you went to Ron, too. You told him about it.
Naturally. If possible, always sell your wares in two markets.
How much money?
Never mind, Judith. I hoped I could keep you out of this without your knowing.
How much money?
3,000. It's all I could raise.
Has he told you who I am and what I've been?
Listen, Judith, I don't care who you are or what you've been. I happen to be in love with you. Never mind. Let's get out of here.
Oh, Ron, it's no good. He'll only come back for more money.
I know that, but what else can we do?
Nothing, I'm afraid.
What's that knife doing stuck in the desk?
Nothing dangerous, I assure you.
No?
Merely a curio. I pick it up like this. I flip it down like this. And pick it up again. Miss Ray was much interested in the dagger. May I have that envelope with the money, please?
There you are. Take it.
Thank you. As I explained to Miss Ray, I'm leaving tomorrow for a holiday. Hence the general disarray and the dust covers on the chairs. Before my departure, I'm glad we could settle this affair as you would say, like gentlemen.
Before we clear out of here, Markham, there's just one favor I'd like to ask.
Of course, old man, ask away.
This is your job. I suppose you can't help being what you are, but never again, as long as you live,
well,
never even say that word, gentleman.
Be careful, Ron. Look at his face.
Tell me, Mr. Gilbert, how much money is in this envelope?
You heard what I said, £3,000.
Then take it back, my friend. I find we can't strike a bargain after all.
What do you mean?
Just what I say. Here's your money. You will now oblige me, both you and Miss Ray, by leaving my shop.
What's up? What are you going to do?
Tomorrow morning, perhaps even tonight, I'm going to get in touch with the police. I shall tell them where they can find Letty Wilson, alias Judith Ray.
You can't do that, Markham.
Oh, yes, he can. You hit him where it hurts.
£3,000, my friend, is not enough compensation for the way you talk. There's the way. Through the shop. Shall I escort you to the front door?
No.
You prefer to stay here and make a fool of yourself?
You're not going to tell the police, Markham. I promise you that.
And how are you going to stop me?
With this.
Ron! Put that gun away.
It's a funny thing, Judith. I felt a bit of a fool bringing this revolver along. But now I've got a use for it. Oh, yes, I've got a use for it.
Maybe the best thing would be to go into the street now and call a policeman.
You'll never get to the street, Markham.
Are you following me into the shop?
Yes.
So, both of you, it appears, came here under false pretenses. You said you wanted to pay me some money.
The money's still there, but you've lost your chance to get it.
And our dear Judith said she wanted to buy a present for you. I showed her this grandfather clock here. This speaking clock.
Don't go a step beyond that clock, Markham. I warn you.
Nonsense, old man. You wouldn't dare shoot.
Wouldn't I?
No. And I call your bluff. 1 step. 2 steps. Oh! I know your whole silly tribe, my friend. You wouldn't risk it. You wouldn't.
What's happening to me?
Don't try to grab at the clock, Markham. It won't save you.
You wouldn't risk your life. You wouldn't risk your family position. You wouldn't.
1:15, and all well. 1.
I had to do it, Judith. Don't you see? I had to do it.
Did you? Is he?
Yes, he's done for. I tell you, I had to do it.
Maybe he's not dead, Ron. Go and look at him.
He's dead, all right.
Please, Ron. Go and look at him. Well?
Shot through the heart. The bullet went clean through him and smashed the face of the grandfather clock. That's all I can see in this dim light.
This isn't happening to us. It can't be happening. Wait a minute. He said he was going for a holiday. That gives us time. It means his absence won't be noticed. The shop will be closed. Nobody will come here for days, and certainly nobody will come here tonight. And
what's that?
The police officer. I forgot the police officer.
What police officer?
A friend of Markham's. Inspector somebody or other from Wigmore Street. He's expected here tonight.
Oh, then we're finished.
No, Ron, we're not finished. You can't see anything out there. The shutters are up and the door's covered. Could you pick up Markham and carry him?
Yes, I can manage that. Why?
There must be a back way out of the shop. Probably in the office. Hurry, Ron, hurry.
He's as heavy as a sack of meal. He seems to be looking straight at me.
No. Did you see the expression in his eyes just before you...
No.
He seemed to be looking behind us or beyond us. He said, through the door, quick.
This police officer, Judith, he can't get into the shop, can he?
Of course he can. The front door isn't locked. Our only hope is the back way. I thought I'd seen the back door. And... Oh, there it is. Just a minute. Oh, I'm sorry, Ron. It's locked.
Isn't there a key?
No.
Maybe in his pockets, on a key ring.
Time, Ron. I think I heard the front door open. Now, visitors coming in.
I've got it. Dust covers.
What?
Those white cloth covers that fit over the chairs. Look at them.
What on earth are you talking
We used to play a game when we were kids. Somebody sits in a big chair, you fit the dust cover over him, and nobody can tell he's sitting there. Don't you see, Judith? That's how we can hide Markham's body.
It might work if there's time.
There's got to be time. Take the cover off that big wing chair.
All right, maybe there's a chance.
I'll fit him into it. Arms along the chair arms. Feet push back. Now put the cover back again and pull it down round his feet.
Don't let it touch his chest. Blood will show through.
There. That's got it. You can't see anything now, can you?
No. But, Ron.
Well?
What did you do with the gun?
The what?
The revolver, the gun you shot Markham with.
Oh, the fact is, Judith, I put it down on the floor when I picked up his body.
Out in that other room?
Yes, I'm afraid so. Oh, it's too late now, old girl. The police are here.
What are we going to say?
I don't know. Trust your wits and try to brazen it out. Yes? Come in.
Good evening, Miss Ray. Good evening, Mr. Gilbert.
Charles Markham. You're Charles Markham.
Correct, Miss Ray, but why should that surprise you? Why do you look as though you were seeing a ghost?
Because we are seeing a ghost. If you're Charles Markham, whose body...
Oh, Judith, be careful.
Body? Miss Ray, did you say body?
Oh, Miss Ray is upset. She doesn't know what she's talking about.
If you killed me, I should be back to haunt you within half an hour. That's what you said.
I tell you, Miss Ray isn't herself. She had bad news today. A relative of hers died. I've been trying to make her feel better.
Oh, indeed. Did you think it would make her feel better to bring her here?
I don't understand.
My dear sir, you're very welcome, but the situation is surely a little odd. I come in here and find you two looking as guilty as a pair of murderers in my private office in the middle of the night. Did you see anybody else here?
There's nobody here, Mr. Markham. Not a living soul.
Then you didn't, by any chance, meet my brother?
Your brother?
Yes. My brother Robert. You couldn't have mistaken him if you'd seen him. He looks so much like me that few people can tell us apart.
Then that's it.
Poor Robert often deputizes for me. He's learned to act like me, think like me, talk like me, but he doesn't like the work much. He thinks, poor fellow, my profession is beneath contempt. But he acts the part and acts it well, because I pay him. And I find it useful to have a double who will run risks for me. What have you done with his body?
We haven't done anything with him.
I see. Oh, well. In that case, all we can do is to sit down and make ourselves comfortable. Will you sit there, Mr. Gilbert? And you, Miss Ray, in that wing chair by the window. What's wrong, Miss Ray? Why don't you sit down?
Because I prefer to stand, thank you.
Oh. Then perhaps you won't mind if I sit in this wing chair. It's a very comfortable one. My brother always says...
Don't sit down there, for the love of God. Don't sit down there.
So...
That's it. Yes. That's it.
It is rather a thick chair. I press against the dust cover, and blood comes through. I lift the bottom of the dust cover and...
What's the use of going on with this? I killed him.
You admit it?
Yes, I admit it, but Judith had nothing to do with this. I swear she hadn't.
My telephone, you notice, is against the wall. I shall have to turn my back to you when I ring.
Ring? Where?
Wigmore Street Police Station.
Give him a chance. Please, give him a chance.
Hello? Operator. I want Regent 0586.
I won't let them take you, Ron. I won't.
It's no good, Judith. I killed a man. I meant to kill him, and that's all there is to it.
A very sensible attitude, my friend. And if the lady has any idea of flying at me with that knife, just notice what I've got here. A .32 revolver. One chamber fired. Picked up off the floor in that other room. Where... Hello?
Wigmore Street Police Station?
The last time, Mr. Markham, won't you give him a chance?
Quiet, Miss Ray. May I speak to Inspector Ross, please?
Inspector Ross speaking. Isn't that Mr. Markham?
Got it in one, Inspector. Charles Markham here. I understood you were going to drop in and see me tonight.
I intended to, Mr. Markham, but I'm afraid I can't make it now.
Oh, why not? Anything wrong?
Only a robbery in Davis Street, but it's likely to be a long job. Sorry I can't get there.
Oh, that's perfectly all right, Inspector. Actually, I rang up to say, to make sure you wouldn't come here tonight. I've got a lot of work to do, and I'm leaving for Eastbourne early tomorrow morning. Oh, let's make it some other time, shall we?
Glad to, Mr. Markham. No crimes being committed up your way, I suppose?
No, Inspector. It's as quiet as the grave. Goodbye.
What are you saying? Why did you do that?
Please don't excite yourself, Miss Ray. Didn't you hear what I told the inspector?
You're not doing this without a reason.
Naturally not. Has it occurred to you, either of you, that I might not want my business dealings revealed in court?
Stop a bit, what?
Has it also occurred to you that a man's double who looks exactly like him and shares all his secrets may become a danger rather than an asset? He knows too much, he wants too much, and so...
I think I understand. You're glad he's dead.
Oh, no. Not glad, my dear. You shock my brotherly feelings, but definitely relieved.
Oh, then what?
You may quiet your fears, Mr. Gilbert. You may stop trembling for good, Miss Ray. I shall save your skins because I mean to save my own. And now, while we're all in the mood, shall I show you how we can dispose of my brother's body? This, as I said before, is the story of a man who commits murder and gets away with it. Ronald Gilbert, now an old and honored man, looks back across the years and is still firmly convinced of his own guilt. But of course, Ronald Gilbert never shot anybody. I was the man who committed the murder. Don't you remember The bullet that killed my brother is supposed to have passed through his body and smashed the face of the grandfather clock. But that's an impossibility. The face of a grandfather clock is much higher than the heart of a man. You see, 2 shots were fired at the very same instant. Ronald Gilbert missed and smashed the clock face. I fired from the door of the office at the rear and did not miss. That was why my brother looked past those 2. I went out by the back door, locked it, and reappeared at the front afterwards. It was not Robert Markham who died. I am Robert Markham. It was Charles who died that night, and I killed him to stop his blackmailing business forever. His records I destroyed. His correspondence I burnt. I have assumed his name and identity ever since. Dare you say, if I stood on trial for murder, that you would condemn me?
Appointment with fear. This is your storyteller, the man in black. Here again to bring you another placid evening in our Far Side series, Appointment with Fear. Loss of memory, the eerie darkness which closes down on the brain, is a subject which has often amused me, and that is why I have brought a guest tonight, Dr. Gideon Fell, the celebrated schoolmaster turned detective, to tell you about the Barton case. There sits Dr. Fell himself, all 20 stone of him, with his 4 chins, his bandit's moustache, his eyeglasses on the broad black ribbon, his face fiery with controversy. And when he tells you about the Barton case, as he told it to me, we trust we shall keep our promise to bring you An Appointment with Fear. The Clock Strikes 8 by John Dixon Carr, produced by Martin C. Webster.
The Barton case, sir, was a grim business. I saw the last night of it. I saw what the human soul can endure without quite going mad, and I have no wish to see its like again. For I ask you to imagine yourself in the position of that girl, Helen Barton. Suppose, just suppose, that you wake up suddenly in the middle of the night. You wake up as though from a nightmare, with a feeling you've been asleep a very long time. The room is cold and nearly dark, with the faint glimmer of a fire almost out. Slowly, very slowly, you begin to realize it's a room you've never seen before. That fact, above all, strikes at you through a mist of fear. There's a queer atmosphere, like old stone and disinfectant, and no sound at all in that dim room, except...
What is it? What was that noise?
Now, lean back in your bed, my dear. It's all right.
That's good advice, Miss Barton. You take it easy.
I think I must have been dreaming.
You were having a nightmare, but it's all right now. Nothing's going to hurt you.
Not yet.
Be quiet, Anna.
No offense, I'm sure, but some people who occupy this room get on my nerves.
I don't want to seem stupid. I know there must be some explanation, but I don't understand this.
Understand what, my dear?
Where am I? And how did I get here? And who are you?
Now, please, miss, whatever else you do, don't start that all over again.
Start what all over again?
Telling us you've lost your memory and don't even know what your name is.
Are you insane? Of course I know what my name is. I'm Helen Barton.
Well, it's a mercy you admit that at last.
At last? But I've never spoken to you before in my life. And where am I? Why on earth is it so cold?
Well, it's pretty hard to be cozy here in the middle of December.
Did you say December?
That's right. The 18th of December.
Oh, you're fooling me. You're playing a trick on me. Oh, my head feels queer and I want to cry. I won't. Could we have some lights?
Of course. Straight away.
It can't be December, I tell you. That's impossible. It was only yesterday and all the flowers were out. I was going up to see Philip. That's it. I was going up to see Philip.
Philip who?
Philip Gale, the man I was going to marry. It's coming back to me now. It was yesterday, and I started up to see Philip.
Oh, for heaven's sake, miss.
Be quiet, Hannah. And don't turn those lights yet.
Oh, she's having us on.
Hannah, this girl's shaking all over, and she doesn't know where she is. Now, miss. Now, listen to me. I'm going to sit down on the bed beside you. Now, just take my hands and hold them. Tight.
What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?
I've got something to tell you.
Is it about Philip?
It is about him, yes. In a way. I want you to keep tight hold of my hands.
You see, Miss Barton, this is Maidhurst Prison.
Steady now, steady.
I'm still dreaming. I must be. It was the end of August, and I started up to see Philip. You can't mean I'm in prison.
Now listen, my dear. I'm afraid it's worse than that.
Worse than that?
Look over there. You see where there's a little bit of fire in the grate?
Well?
And paper on the wall, and pictures, and a carpet on the floor.
Why can't you come out straight and tell her? They're going to hang you in the morning, Miss Barton. This is the condemned cell.
With sudden shock, the prison clock smote on the shivering air. But I won't quote that any further. I have too vivid a memory of sitting up that night with Colonel Andrews, the governor of the prison. It was in a little office with the lampshade tilted so that I could see his face. And he said,
I hate executions, loathe them. Can't sleep the night before. If you hadn't offered to come here and save my life,
This is a strange time, sir, to talk of saving lives.
It's no good being sentimental about the thing. That's the law. I didn't make it.
But I gather you're not exactly happy about this case.
I'm not, and that's a fact. Mind you, there's no doubt whatever about the girl's guilt.
I am gratified to hear it.
But if only she'd confess. Most of them do, you know.
They confess to you?
To me or to the hangman. Sometimes I wish I had any job in the world but mine. If only the girl would confess. If only she'd just stop this nonsense about not remembering.
Not remembering what?
Not remembering how she shot Philip Gale. Not remembering anything, even her own name. Total amnesia, covering a crime.
Do you mean to say that a woman suffering from loss of memory can be tried and sentenced to death?
No. Not if she really has lost her memory. But this amnesia defense was a fake.
You're quite sure of that?
Oh, naturally. The judge would never have allowed it to come to trial if he hadn't been convinced she was shamming. Even then, she might have got off with a life sentence or even with manslaughter if it hadn't been for the nature of the crime.
She didn't cut anybody up, I hope.
No. But it was almost as bad. She shot a man who raised his hands and begged for mercy. That completely damned her in the eyes of the jury.
And yet, you have doubts.
Tell you I haven't any doubts. And in any case, it's none of my business.
How has she acted since she's been here?
Oh, model prisoner. But I wish she'd stop this business of seeming to be in a daze. It's getting on my nerves. Nice girl, too. I knew her grandfather.
She lived near here?
Yes. Born and bred in Mayhurst. She got mixed up with a thoroughgoing swine named Philip Gale. Mad about him. Wouldn't hear a word against him. Then he threw her over for a woman with money.
I see.
He had a bungalow on White Rose Hill. She went up there one Sunday afternoon.
Alone?
Yes. Herbert Gale, Philip's brother, heard them screaming at each other. He ran in to see what was wrong. Philip was trying to chase the girl up. She grabbed a .32 revolver out of a table drawer and told Philip to put up his hands. Yes, well, that scared him. He did put up his hands. Then she shot him dead and went down in a faint.
And afterwards?
Afterwards, she couldn't remember.
Couldn't remember anything?
Pretended she didn't even recognize her own family. She said, "Who is Philip Gale?"
And you hang her tomorrow morning?
Yes.
Without even hearing her side of the case?
Confounded man, there's no doubt about the evidence.
Are you sure?
She killed Philip Gale. Gale's brother, Herbert, saw her do it. This hypocrisy about not remembering...
Emotional shock could do just that, you know.
She wasn't so emotionally shocked that it disturbed her aim. She drilled him clean through the heart at 15 feet. The bullet entered in a dead straight line through coat, waistcoat, shirt, and heart. You could have run a pencil through the holes. Now, don't sit there puffing out your cheeks and waving a cigar at me. I'm only trying...
Tell me, Colonel Andrews, aren't you talking to convince yourself?
No.
Suppose that the girl is telling the truth. Suppose she has lost her memory.
I tell you...
All right, you don't believe that. But suppose it. And then suppose in some black hour just before the hangman comes that her memory returns.
Don't talk rubbish.
Sir, I have lived long enough to know that mental suffering is the cruelest form of suffering on this earth. Imagine yourself in that position. You come out of a daze into what you thought was a safe and pleasant world. You don't know where you are. You don't know what's happened. You only know that when the clock strikes 8, they are going to take you out and hang...
Did you hear that?
Yes.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
Yes.
It isn't possible...
I very much fear it is.
Sometimes, you know, we have to use drugs.
Drugs?
Yes. When we take them to the execution shed. It's only a short distance, and we try to get it over in a matter of seconds, but sometimes they can't walk. Yes, what is it?
Beg pardon, sir, but I thought I'd better get you, or the doctor, or the chaplain, or both.
What's the matter with you, man? You're white as a ghost.
Can't help that, sir. I've been a warder in this place for a matter of 15 years, but I never knew anything like this.
It's the upstairs room, I suppose, Miss Barton.
Yes, sir.
Hysterical?
Yes, sir. She says she remembers now.
I see.
She's carrying on something awful, sir. That ain't all. She claims she never done it.
What's that?
She claims she never killed Mr. Gale at all.
Never killed?
That's all, Harris. You can go.
Yes, sir.
Any other disturbances in the building?
Well, sir, they're a bit restless in Wing A.
Well, that's usual.
Yes, sir. And there's a bloke outside the prison, who keeps hanging about in front of the main gate. You can see him with the street lamp. First he'll take a few little quick steps back and forth, and then he'll run and stick his face against the bars of the gate. And then he'll go back to the pacing again. Fair gave me the creeps even before this other thing.
You don't happen to know who it is?
It's the other Mr. Gale, sir. Herbert Gale. I hadn't the heart to chase him away.
All right, Harris, all right. Go ahead. I'll be along in a minute.
Yes, sir.
So the girl claims to be innocent. You heard that?
Yes, I heard it.
What do you mean to do?
Well, I'll see her, of course. But it won't affect the issue.
Not even if she does happen to be innocent?
Well, in the name of heaven, try to understand my position. I'm dreading this interview. It's against regulations, but I wish you'd come along with me.
If there were only
Well, there
something...
isn't. Now, where's that whiskey? I think a little stimulant.
She will need the stimulant.
Well, it's a cold night.
It will be colder yet where she's going.
I didn't do it, I tell you. I didn't do it.
Miss, quiet
It's all right, my dear. It's all right. The governor and the other gentlemen, they believe you didn't.
Oh, no, they don't. You needn't try to fool me. Look at them over there in the corner whispering.
Phil, she's lying.
I heard that. You said, Phil, she's lying. But I'm not lying. I'm not.
Miss Barton, you've got to pull yourself together.
Please listen to me. When I first woke up, I didn't even remember Philip was dead. Then it came back to me.
Yes?
I remember standing outside Philip's bungalow on a hot day with the sun in my eyes. I heard a shot inside the bungalow. I ran into the living room and found Philip lying on the floor by the couch with his mouth open and blood on his chest. That's all I do remember. Something hit me.
Something hit you?
On the head, or that's what it seemed like. Please.
The doctors found no injury at your head, you know.
I tell you...
One moment. Miss Barton, can you forgive the intrusion of an old buffer who sincerely wants to help you?
Oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Bell. I'll try to be sensible.
Now tell me, when you arrived at the bungalow, Philip Gale was already dead?
Yes.
You didn't go up there to quarrel with him?
No. And why should I have killed him anyway? I only went to tell him I was through, finished, fed up with him. Oh, what's the use?
They haven't told you, then, that there's a witness who claims to have seen you shoot Gale?
A witness? Who?
Herbert Gale.
But that's a lie.
You didn't take a .32 revolver out of the table drawer?
Oh, this is the first time I've even heard of any revolver. Please believe that.
You didn't order Philip to put up his hands, and then when he did put up his hands...
High above his head?
You didn't shoot him from a distance of about 15 feet?
No.
Your fingerprints were on the revolver. You were still holding it in your hand when Herbert brought a policeman.
It looks as though you've got me, doesn't it?
I'm afraid it does. Just who is this brother, this Herbert Gale?
He's the good member of the family.
Now then, my dear, now then.
I can't help
it. Steady.
Herbert is the good boy, where Philip was the bad one. Younger than Philip, horribly respectable. Pillar of the church, never smokes or drinks. Has to work hard because Philip inherited what money they had. Oh, let me laugh. You don't know how funny it is.
Herbert's word certainly carries weight.
It's carried weight against me, hasn't it? Why should he want to get me hanged? Why should he tell such a complete bag of lies?
Yes, I wonder why.
Every second I imagine I'm going to wake up and find myself back in that living room again, looking at Philip's body, just standing and staring at it and feeling sick. And of all things to think of at a time like that, wondering why he was wearing a waistcoat on such a hot day.
Archons of Athens, what an idiot I've been. What a turnip. What a thundering dance.
Lower your voice.
The murdered man was wearing a waistcoat. You told me so yourself.
What if I did?
The murdered man was wearing a waistcoat on a hot day. Grasp that beautiful fact, my friend. Keep it in splendor before you. 3 hours of sheer nightmare, and all because I never thought of the waistcoat. Let me ask you just one thing. What happened to the court exhibits in the Gale case?
As a matter of fact, we've still got them. The case was tried and Madehurst decided.
You've still got them?
Certainly, but what good can they do now?
Sir, let me shake your hand. Let me slap you on the back.
Just a minute, my friend. Stop a bit. Quiet.
I beg your pardon.
Have you forgotten where we are?
No.
Let's face facts. The prisoner has been told that there's, well, no hope.
Please.
I'm sorry,
please,
but there it is.
Please, you can't.
The cruelest thing you could do now would be to raise hopes that I can't fulfill. You understand that?
I understand it only too well.
This can't be pleasant for any of us. There's nothing in the evidence that justifies any change of plan.
Except, of course, that the girl isn't guilty.
Can you prove that?
To my own satisfaction, yes.
I'm afraid that's not good enough.
Suppose I proved it to you. Conclusively, mind. Out of evidence you gave me yourself, what would you do?
Are you bluffing?
No, speak up, man. What would you do?
That's easy. Phone the Home Secretary and ask for a stay of execution. There's a private line from my office to his country house. But I warn you...
Dr. Bell, is there any hope for me? Is there any hope for
I warn you, Phil, they won't accept fancy theories. They'll only accept facts.
Tell me, Miss Barton, how tall is the estimable Mr. Herbert Gale?
How tall?
Yes. Is he anything like the same height as his brother, Philip?
They're about the same height, 5'10", but I don't see...
If I remember correctly, One of the warders told us that Herbert Gale has been hanging about the front gate all night. I should very much like to speak with him. Colonel Andrews, will you send someone out and ask him to come into your office?
I can't do that.
Why not?
It's against regulations. You'd have to get a special pass.
Say and write to him. Curse it all, can't you get it through your correct military head that an innocent person is going to swing in less than 2 hours?
Dr. Bell, I don't know what you're trying to do, but can you do it?
Dear, I can't
But
tell.
you are going to try.
I'm going downstairs now. Maybe in a very short time, a certain gentleman will be entering this institution without any need of a pass. But don't hope for anything, my dear. Don't hope for anything. Seven o'clock. Less than an hour to go. Oh, why doesn't that warder come and bring the exhibit I want? What's delaying him?
Probably he can't find the stuff.
But you said you had it here.
Things like that I have to get mislaid. It's been a month since the trial. Must you have these exhibits?
In order to prove it to you fully, yes. But if he doesn't come in 2 seconds more...
I can't stay here much longer myself. The chaplain's with us now, but I shall have to take over before the end. Yes, come in.
Sorry to have been so long, sir. I could have sworn it was in one place, and lo and behold, it turns up somewhere else.
Never mind that. Did you get the exhibits?
It's all here, sir, in this suitcase. Where shall I put it?
Put it on Colonel Andrews' desk. Now let's see. Move the lamp over here, will you?
And about Mr. Herbert Gale, sir.
Where is he?
Out in the hall, sir. Do you want to see him now?
Yes, my lad. Very much so. Ask him to come in.
You can come in, sir. This way.
Thank you.
Morning, Herbert. Glad to see you. Sit down.
Thank you, Colonel Andrews.
Let me have your hat and coat. This is Dr. Gideon Fell.
How do you do?
The warder said you wanted to see me. I came, of course, but do you think it was quite the right thing to do?
Well, why not?
Well, people might think I was holding a grudge against Helen. Because of Phil, you know.
And you don't hold any grudge?
No. I pity that poor girl from the bottom of my heart. I only wish I hadn't had to testify against her. But what else could I do?
You mean you'd like to help her, even now?
Of course I would. If there's anything I can do to soothe her last moment...
There is something you can do, Mr. Gale.
Well?
You can come with us to the condemned cell.
Are you joking?
No.
But wouldn't it be horrible for Helen?
Yes, probably. But as you point out, she has only a very short time to live.
Yes. Excuse me, but what have you got in that suitcase?
In this suitcase, Mr. Gale? A flattened bullet. The bullet that killed your brother. A .32 revolver. A tweed coat, bloodstained. A tweed waistcoat, also bloodstained.
Fell, what do you expect to prove with that stuff?
Will Mr. Herbert Gale go with us to the condemned cell?
Of course, if you think I can do any good there.
Then, with your permission, I propose to prove that a straight line is the shortest distance between 2 points. Will you walk into my parlor?
7:30. Half an hour to go. Easy, my dear. Easy. Easy.
They're not coming already, too. Herbert Gale.
I'm very sorry for you, Helen. Please believe that.
Thank you.
I shouldn't have intruded at this painful time. Believe me, Helen. But Dr. Fell and the Colonel here made me come to see you.
You mean you come to confess?
Confess? What should I confess?
You didn't see me shoot Phil. You know you didn't.
I'm sorry, Helen. I pity you, and I bear you no malice even now. But you did shoot poor old Phil. You shot him in cold blood after you'd asked him to put up his hands.
How high did he put up his hands?
I beg your pardon?
I said, how high did he put up his hands?
Look here, you're only upsetting poor Helen. Is there any purpose in going over all this in the last few minutes before the hangman...
Please.
We might even illustrate what happened with a little experiment. I have here in this suitcase a blood-stained tweed coat and a blood-stained waistcoat. You see them, Mr. Gale?
I see them, yes.
I should like you to take off your own coat and waistcoat. I should then like you to put on this coat and this waistcoat.
I do no such thing.
Why not?
Haven't you tortured poor Helen enough? Colonel Andrews, I appeal to you.
Well, I don't see what the game is, but where's the harm in it?
Helen's feelings.
Never mind my feelings, Herbert. And I've only got a few minutes left. Put on the coat and waistcoat.
You hear a condemned person's last request, Mr. Gale. Will you do it?
Yes, if you insist.
I still don't see what this is all about. If something isn't done very soon...
Colonel Andrews, sir?
Yes, Harris?
I thought I'd better tell you, sir, that the chaplain's here and the witnesses are ready and the other person, too.
You mean the hangman, don't you? You mean the...
Dear, easy.
He's got to come and bind her hands, sir. It's 5 minutes to 8.
Sorry, Phil, but this has got to stop. I must ask you to clear out of here immediately while we...
For God's sake, man, wait. I can prove it now.
You can prove what?
I can prove Mr. Herbert Gale lied when he sentenced this girl to death.
You must be out of your mind. You can't do any such thing.
Oh, yes, I can. Do you notice, all of you, that he's wearing the dead man's coat and waistcoat?
All right. Suppose I am. What about it?
You will imagine, Mr. Gale, with this powerful imagination of yours, that I am threatening you with a revolver. Now, hold up your hands.
What the devil are you gabbling
Hold
about?
up your hands, sir, high above your head.
I won't do it.
You'd better do it, Herbert. You'd better do it.
Do as I told you, man. I'm asking you now.
That's it, Mr. Gale. Don't let your hands tremble when you raise them. Just lift your hand higher, higher still, while I'm threatening you with a revolver. Now look at his coat, everybody. Look at the coat.
I refuse to...
Don't lower your hands, Mr. Gale, and the rest of you. Look at his coat.
The coat, it rises when he lifts his hand.
But of course it does. And the bullet hole in the coat, you notice, rises with it. But the waistcoat is buttoned close to the body. The waistcoat doesn't move.
I think I begin to see.
The bullet hole in the coat has risen at least 4 inches above the corresponding hole in the waistcoat. Yet, the bullet, you told me, penetrated in a dead straight line through coat, waistcoat, and shirt. Therefore, Philip Gale could not possibly have had his hands raised when he was shot.
It's a damned lie.
It was a damned lie, sir. You killed Philip Gale yourself. When Helen Barton walked into the middle of your crime, you knocked her out with a weapon that left no bruise and put the revolver into her hand. Then you discovered, as a gift from heaven, that she had lost her memory. You could tell any lying story you liked. But it's upset the apple cart now. The prosecution, the evidence, the verdict were all based on the evidence of the shooting of a man who had his hands raised. Destroy that single lie, and you create the reasonable doubt that destroys the whole case.
This is true, Colonel Andrews. Is it true? Can't you at least say something?
Harris,
Yes, sir?
do you know the private telephone line in my office?
Yes, sir?
Get me the Home Secretary.
And so, with the end of the story, the clock strikes 8. We come to the end of our present group of stories in the series, Appointment with Fear. If you have been pleased, if you have been entertained, if you have been able to say that only the graveyards have yawned, then we are deeply grateful. Indeed, with the slightest encouragement, I, who am amused by such things, should return to tell you more tales of corpses and the midnight hour. But until that happy day when we meet again by some evil crossroad of the future, this is your storyteller, the man in black, saying good night and goodbye. appointment with fear. This is your storyteller, the man in black, here again to bring you another far-side tale. I have told you many stories to chill the spine since first we met, but there is one particular subject I have rather neglected: insanity. I could unfold many charming tales of the mentally unstable, but I've chosen one tonight that will appeal to the more subtle listener. So while I tell you of Gerald and Adela Madelon and the provocative Pauline, we trust we shall keep our promise to bring you an appointment with fear. Come now to a gloomy, pretentious building somewhere in Gloucestershire. Victorian Gothic at its worst. Once the home of a wealthy manufacturer. Now an institution. An asylum for the insane. The medical officer is showing a visitor around.
No. I'm afraid these mental institutes are not very exhilarating.
No, Doctor. I think they're ghastly.
Oh, no. Come, my dear lady.
I do. I don't mind the real loonies, like that little man over there, or even the dangerous ones. It's the simple, quiet, sweet-looking people that seem so awfully sad.
Yes, I know.
But that white-haired lady over there, for instance.
That one?
Yes.
Well, over 30 years she's been here.
30 years?
Now, you've hit a very pathetic case.
Really?
She lost her husband in the Lusitanic. Oh. You'll remember that dreadful affair.
Mm.
One of those odd cases where a shock can be too much for the mental balance.
How poorly. Is she...
She's a Mrs. Madeline. At first they thought she might recover, I believe.
It's hopeless, then?
Oh, quite.
But she looks so sane.
She thinks she's still on the Lusitanic.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. We're all fellow passengers.
Don't mean it.
Oh, yes.
She thinks her husband's still alive?
She's never mentioned his name.
Really?
You see that gramophone?
Yes.
She's always got it with her. It plays some tune she must have heard on the boat.
Oh, no.
They tell me that when she first came here, she was always asking for the ship's band to play it. So they got a record. When she weeps a lot, we put it on. And then she laughs.
Makes her happy?
Well, no. It's a queer sort of laugh.
But why, I wonder?
You must never ask why when you're dealing with the insane. That is why they're insane. Would you like to speak to her?
Yes.
Well, come along then. She's quite charming.
Who does she think you are?
I vary. Sometimes I'm a passenger, and sometimes a ship's officer. Ah, Mrs. Madeline. Well, how are we today?
I'm a little cold. It gets colder, you know, near the banks of Newfoundland. Does it, indeed? Is this your first voyage?
It is, isn't it?
Yes. Are you staying in New York? Yes. Oh, so am I. I'm going to try the new plaza. They say it's wonderful. Then I'm going on to Baltimore. I like to think of where one's going to. Don't you? Never mind the past or the present. Get them out of your mind, don't you think? Yes, perhaps. One shouldn't think, you know. You can make yourself not think.
Ah, the ship's band is going to get to work.
Thank God, thank God, thank God.
Ah, there we are.
They play that tune for me. Isn't it good of them? Don't you think it's rather attractive? Yes, I do. Rather consoling, don't you think? And yet rather cynical, so to speak, or shall we say, sardonic.
I'm afraid I must intrude upon this poor lady's strange delusions. You heard that mental expert tell his visitor that no one dreams of asking why in his domain. Shall we ask why on this occasion? So be it then. We will. So come with me along the years. The mid-Atlantic, a mighty vessel, 2,000 souls aboard. A still, calm night. And then disaster. Laughter and life and wealth and glittering glory, and then nothing. Nothing. I would recall those words of Dante Gabriel Rossetti, if we might pause a moment. The ship was gone. The crew was gone. And the deep shuddered, and the moon shone.
Hello. What are you doing out here?
Getting a breath of air?
But, my dear girl, it's freezing.
I don't mind.
Oh, don't you? Well, I do. I'm going to get a drink.
Gerald.
Yes?
We'll sit under the bridge. It's quite sheltered.
What do you mean?
Well, there's steam heat on here.
Ah. Well, what's all this about?
Gerald, Pauline is on this ship.
What?
Well?
Who told you?
Does that matter?
Well, what if she is?
I see.
Oh, well, now the fun starts.
We're due in on Monday. I'll get a boat back on the Wednesday.
Adela, heavens above, you can't do that.
This time I've had enough.
We've had all this before.
Don't shout, please. I see you booked her in the second class so that we should meet, I suppose.
Oh, to hell.
Just one moment. I finished with you after your last bout. I come with you this trip for the sake of your mother and father. That was all. And now at this moment, I wouldn't speak to you. If it wasn't for this wretched little fool you've dragged out.
I love her.
Cut that out.
And she loves me. I'll admit it. I fooled you all right.
My dear man, I expect to be fooled. You fooled me from the very day we met.
If you're going to drag out the past...
I'm not. Listen. That last bout of yours, what the doctors called nervous breakdown.
All right, DT, go on.
Well, it shook you. You said you'd pull yourself together. I was sorry for you. You did pull yourself together. And I did truly believe we were going to make a fresh start. So this trip was arranged. And now you've carted out this woman to keep on tap because you can't help cheating. Because you're vile. Utterly and completely vile.
I see.
We're not going to make a song and dance about it or anything of that sort. I'll go to some hotel by myself and book the passage home. That's all, Gerald. Goodbye.
Right-ho, then. I'm very glad to hear you've got enough cash.
Oh, Madam, the purser's just gone into his office.
Oh, thank you.
Here, I'm on a double whiskey and soda.
Yes, sir.
Where is the purser's office?
Will you follow me, madam?
I'll have that drink in the smoking room.
Very well, sir. Attending the concert, madam?
No, I may go in later.
It's pretty cold, madam.
Yes. Yet the sea's so calm, it looks like oil.
That means there's ice about. We're off the banks.
In here?
The door on the left, madam.
Oh, thank you. Good evening.
Oh, Mrs. Madeline. The chief steward says it's quite all right.
Oh.
This young man will conduct you.
I'm very much obliged.
This way, madam.
Thank you.
Hello, Madeline.
How about a little poker? No, I don't want any blasted cards.
Well, look here. All the girls want to dance tonight. It's as smooth as a skating rink.
All right, and let's be festive.
Come on, Madeline. Where's your missus?
I'll go to blazes.
What's the matter with you?
Oh, I say. Lord Alcaster's getting up an auction for the sailors' home. You know, autographs and things.
Oh, blast the sailors' home.
Oh, what's the matter with him?
Don't say he's started again.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I blush to mention it. The next valuable souvenir I am about to auction is a garter. Worn by a famous actress of the motion picture.
Change over, watch.
Aye, aye.
Evening, sir. Evening. We're running into ice. Yes, sir. I think we are. It's pretty clear, sir. I know, but double the lookout.
Double the lookout.
Aye, aye, sir.
Double the lookout.
Let's walk up and down a bit.
Oh, gee, it's cold.
Look at the sea. It's like oil.
Well, now, talking of oil, if Pierpont Morgans are going to take that issue up, I'll be prepared to name a price on your holdings.
Without the current dividend?
No, with it.
Not on your life.
If you share the bonus?
Oh, well, now you're talking.
You're a smart fellow, Walter.
Let's get inside. It's too darn cold. Sure. A couple of $100,000 is not worth double pneumonia.
Right ho, bright boy. Let's go. Come on.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Good evening, Pauline.
You?
Yes. They gave me a permit to visit your lowly quarters. Very nice, too. Less garish and more comfortable than our magnificence.
Adela, how did you find out?
Don't get excited, Pauline, or look at me like that.
What are you going to do?
Going back home at once. By the first ship I can get hold of.
No.
Yes, Pauline. And if you'll take my advice, you'll do the same.
So that's your game.
Go easy, Pauline.
Very well, then. I love Jerry. I can't help it. I've done my best, and he loves me. We just can't help it.
Yes, I know.
I must say it, I must. He does think the world of you. He says so, and all you've done for him, but this is something that has come into his life.
If only he'd think of something new.
I knew you'd think that. Very well, then go back home. Go back. I'm glad. I want you to.
And I'll be glad, so we'll both be glad. So let's be perfectly calm about it.
I am calm.
Pauline, will you just listen for a moment?
Well?
There are certain men whose culminating ecstasy is only achieved in breaking a woman's heart. If you ask them, they couldn't tell you why. And what that appeal is to women, God only knows, but it's there. Jerry, my husband, is a useless waster. He has no charm, no wit, no guts. He's lost whatever looks he had, and he hasn't a friend in the world. Well, I loved him, all right, believe me. And now, I don't even hate him. I only know him as an evil thing that would be better dead.
Go on, Adela.
I know you, Pauline, and your sister, and your two nice brothers, and that decent boy who loves you very dearly. When I implore you to come back with me, I'm thinking of you, your life, everything. For God's sake, believe me.
I don't believe you. You want him still.
Oh, don't.
Will you please go away? I don't want to see you. I never want to see you again.
All right, Pauline.
I shall tell Jerry.
Do whatever you like. Goodbye.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, We're doing splendidly so far. My next souvenir is a bit of a surprise. A brace of pheasants. The gift of Lord Henry Gifford. He was taking them to Senator Osdon at Washington. But now he's changed his mind.
$10.
$20.
$40. $60. $65. 70. 75. 80. 95.
I love this foxtrot.
I love anything with you.
So perfectly steady. My bit of Carlton.
I don't care where it is with you.
Now, be good.
Are you taking over?
Yes, sir.
I'll stay up a bit, I think.
Not too good, is it?
No, we ought to slacken down a bit.
You're still staying out here, madam? It's terribly cold.
Oh, I'm well wrapped up, Sturgis.
So I see, madam. The band conductor wants to know if there's anything you'd like him to play.
How nice of him. Do you think he'd play Yarmer Man once more?
Yarmer Man. I'll ask him.
Retiring early tonight, sir.
What's it got to do with you?
Anything you'd like, sir?
Yes. Where's the whiskey?
Here you are, sir. And the siphon, sir.
Good. Put one of those white tablets in a glass of water.
These, sir?
That's it. They've got to dissolve.
I see, sir.
Put in 2.
2, sir?
That's what I said.
Has Madam gone to her stateroom, sir?
I don't care whether Madam's got to her stateroom or at the smokestack.
I see, sir. Good night, sir.
And I don't want to be disturbed, see? And what's more, I'm not going to be disturbed.
Very well, sir.
Is that the tune you wanted, madam?
Yes, that's it. They played delightfully.
Hold your helm! On your starboard! Right orders!
What's all that?
Something up. It's the lookout.
Now, any further bid for this lovely colored photograph of Gabby DeLees?
$60. $70. $75. 80.
I raise you another 20.
I'll raise you another 10.
He's got 4 aces.
And 20 more.
We're stuck amidships. Full speed astern. Take collision duty. Mr. Page, the passengers. All quartermasters to their stations. My God, man. If it's ripped the bulkheads.
Don't get excited, please. We're making the examination.
Get out on the deck. The whole ship shook. Bumped into a ruddy iceberg.
What the hell was it?
Keep quiet, please. We're making the examination. Are you all right, madam?
Yes. What's it all about?
Ice, I think. They're stopping her.
But the whole ship shook.
My word, it did.
Wonder why they've stopped.
Well, they would. They'd have to.
I don't think it's anything much, you know.
She'd have shown her list by now.
Oh, yes.
Well, let's pick up the counters and start again.
Do you know, I had a flush.
Go on.
Yes, I had. What about a jackpot? And what about another drink?
No drink, sir.
Well, why not? What darn nonsense.
Well, are we going to stick here all night, I wonder?
Perhaps something's gone wrong with the works.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Madden. A little excitement, wasn't it?
Certainly was. Ah, good. The band's begun again.
That's a good sign.
Do you hear what they're playing, Sturgis?
Yes, madam.
What are you looking at?
A deck.
What about it?
Look.
Yes. Or is it fancy?
No, it's not fancy.
No, it isn't. Is it?
Rocket!
That's done it.
A rocket! For the love of God! Everyone on the main deck! All passengers on the main deck!
Gerald! Wake up! Gerald!
Everyone on the main deck! Everyone on the main deck!
Gerald!
What the blazes?
Everyone's wanted on the deck.
Oh, let them blasted world go there.
I've told you.
Get out of it, do you hear? Get out, you. All the cabins cleared? Yes, sir. Quick as you can, lady. Put your life belt.
Yes, thank you.
No one else there?
No. No one.
Get down to G-deck.
Oh, miss, there you are. Come along with me. There's ship in the wind.
What about you?
Oh, we'll go later. Don't you worry about us. Here you are, sir. Another woman.
That old lady first, please.
Room for the pair of you. Now stand back, please. All in good time.
Hard at it, boys. 1 and 2. 1 and 2. Steady there.
Listen. The band's still playing.
You hear what they are playing?
Look. She's going down.
Oh, my God.
The ship was gone. The crew was gone, and the deep shuddered, and the moon shone. We will not linger on the dreadful scene. It is the next morning. Yet one more boatload of the few survivors are being gently conveyed to the deck of the rescue vessel.
Come here. Please, madam, I'm the doctor.
Oh.
That's a bad cut.
No, it's nothing. But please attend to these others.
Oh, Adela.
Pauline.
Where is he?
I don't know.
What?
Why should I?
But I got to his cabin. I dragged him on deck. It was the last boat. They were shoving us in. He wouldn't go. He wouldn't go. He went back to look for you.
He went back to look for me.
Yes. Yes.
He went back to look for me.
Now I think I'd better be going.
Yes, I think you ought to hop along.
Goodbye, Mrs. Madeline. I envy you your first sight of the skyline of New York. It's quite wonderful. It really is.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
I'll see you to the gate.
Oh, poor lady. Seems so sad.
Very.
But at any rate, we know her history. Sometimes we do not.
Oh, yes, that was very distressing. Well, thank you so much, Doctor. Oh, here's my car. It's been awfully good of you to show me round.
Believe me, it's been a pleasure.
And that is the end of the story, and the deep shuddered.
Cabin B-13. My name is Fabian, ship surgeon of the luxury liner Mauravania. Tonight, as we lie alongside the docks at the great port of Southampton, the ship is ghostly, deserted. Our passengers on this world cruise have gone to London. And as I sit here in my cabin, B-13, I'm reminded how the tides and storms of 1,000 voyages have wrought nothing more strange, more sinister than man's desire for adventure in the strange ports and lands we touch. I remember Bill and Brenda Leslie. It was years ago, before the war, and the effect on their characters of the mortal terror that overtook them in London.
CBS brings you John Dixon Carr's famous Dr. Fabian, ship surgeon, world traveler, and host in Cabin B-13 for strange and incredible tales of mystery and murder, directed by John Dietz.
London and Hampden's Hotel in Norfolk Street off the Strand. A quiet little street sloping down to the river. Quiet little hotel. So dingy with its stuffiness of old carpets and yesterday's tea trays that you'd never suspect how fashionable it is or how expensive. Can't you hear the lift whining as its two latest arrivals, the husband American, the wife English, go swaying up to a bumpy stop?
This way, sir.
Come on, Brenda.
Will there be anything else, sir?
That's all, thanks. Oh, wait a minute. Here.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Bill, darling, please don't look so bewildered.
Was I looking bewildered?
I know the furniture's red plush and dates back to the 1860s. I know we can't get a private bathroom.
By George, the waiters look as old as the furniture.
But if only we'd gone to Claridge's or the Savoy or any one of a dozen places I suggested.
But, darling, you don't understand.
No?
Who the devil wants to go to Claridge's or the Savoy? This is London.
Oh, Bill, I'm afraid I still don't understand.
I've been in the diplomatic service for 7 years. I've been stationed in 3 capitals. But I've never been here.
It's a lovely old town. Oh, it's home.
It's home to me, too, in a way. It's put a spell on my imagination ever since I was a boy so high. Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Fu Manchu, hansom cabs rattling through the fog.
Darling, you don't think we still ride about in hansoms.
No, but it's the spirit of the thing. Here, look out of this window.
Yes?
Gray and black buildings. Twilight coming down. And yes, look down there.
Where? I don't see anything.
It's one of your famous barrel organs. Here, let's have the window up. It's under our windows, Brenda. What's the tune, dear? Do you know it?
Oh, something about she was a lassie from Lancashire. It's a very old one.
But it's right, don't you see? Everything's right. And if I crane out of the window sideways like this, I can see down to the river. That's where the bodies fall off walls and the police launches go out.
Oh, Bill, please listen to me.
Yeah?
Put your arms around me. Look down at me. There.
I have a funny face. I admit I have a funny face.
I love you terribly, Bill. I don't mean any words like very much or a lot. Just silly and Terribly. But of all the romantic Americans I've ever met, you have the most absurd and fantastic ideas about England. You don't really expect to find Scotland Yard men in bowler hats trailing you every step. Now, do you?
That wasn't the point, Brenda. I only
When you
said
think
that...
about it, just remember the barrel organ. Safe, stodgy, comfortable. That's London, Bill. Will you remember?
Well, at least they've got telephones in this place. Hello?
Mr. William Leslie?
Yes, speaking.
This is the reception desk, Mr. Leslie. There's a man here who insists on seeing you. In fact, the man is on his way upstairs. He's a police officer.
What did you say?
A police officer, sir.
A police officer, huh? I see. He isn't by any chance from Scotland Yard?
Yes, sir. I thought you might like to know.
Did you hear that, Brenda?
Yes, I heard it, but surely...
About 6 hours in England.
Oh, this is ridiculous, Bill. There must be some mistake.
Well, there probably is. All the same, come to think of it, I don't feel very keen about facing one of these bowler hats in real life.
But why do they come to us? We haven't done anything.
Nothing I can think of. That's what worries me.
Get ready for the hat and the raincoat and the cropped mustache.
Yes?
Mr. Leslie? Mrs. Leslie?
That's right. Won't you come in?
Thank you. Sorry to have to trouble you, sir. I'm a police officer. Metropolitan CID. Here's my warrant card.
I see. Chief Inspector...
Radford, sir. And I'm bound to tell you I'm here about a pretty serious matter.
But we haven't done anything
Easy, Brenda, easy. Sit down, Inspector.
Thank you, sir. Now, don't mind my notebook. It's a mere formality. You and your wife arrived this morning by the Mauravania. Your wife is British and carries her own passport, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
A week from today, you leave by the same ship for Lisbon. At Lisbon, you take up a new diplomatic assignment at the American Embassy. Correct?
How does that
Just
concern you?
one moment. I'd like you to look at this snapshot I have here. Who is it?
But it's Bill. I mean, well, except for that awful shirt and tie. Well, it is Bill.
So help me, I never had that picture taken.
I know you didn't, Mr. Leslie. That's Flash Morgan. Ever hear of him?
Never. Is he wanted for something?
He's wanted for several murders. We won't mention bank robbery. Also, he's a ripper, if you know what that means. He uses a razor and likes it.
Me, the image of a famous murderer?
They don't look so different from the rest of us. Do you realize, sir, you can't leave this hotel without being nabbed as Morgan by the first copper you meet?
But I can prove who I am. I've got my papers.
You got your papers. Right. Suppose Morgan gets them.
Morgan?
The Mauravania sails a week from today. Somebody called William Leslie, carrying diplomatic immunity, sails with her. What's to prove it's really you?
You mean he might...
I do.
Oh, that's impossible. He couldn't get away with it.
No, I don't think he could, but I'll give you 10 to 1 he tries it. This is too small a country to hide in, and he can't get away. He's desperate. This is his last hope.
What about Brenda here?
There are several things that might happen to Mrs. Leslie. All unpleasant. There's just one more matter I'm bound to warn you of.
You've warned us, Inspector Radford. We appreciate it most awfully. What else could there be?
Morgan may try to get into this hotel.
Safe, stodgy, comfortable. I see what you mean, Brenda.
I beg your pardon, sir?
Oh, just a little joke between my wife and myself. It's getting chilly. Better close the window. Look here, Inspector. This, Ripper, or whatever he is, couldn't possibly know there's a man who looks just like him.
He couldn't, eh? Have you seen any evening paper?
No.
Some fool took a picture of you getting off the boat train. It's been published with comments on the resemblance. You'll find Morgan's story also with pictures on the front page. Here's the Standard. Read it.
But haven't you got any idea where this man is?
No, madam, we haven't. He used to have a hangout at 96 Fleet Street up over a barber's shop. But he won't go there now. He's loaded with money from the Whitehall bank job. He's got a razor. And he's ready to use it. Now, if you'll excuse me...
Inspector, wait. What do you want us to do?
I want you to stay in this hotel, both of you, until that boat sails.
Cooped up here for a week, just on a theory of yours?
Yes, Mr. Leslie. Just on a theory.
Suppose I do go out.
I can't stop you, sir. The guard I'm leaving here can't stop you. But I might send you some photographs of people with their throats cut. Sorry to have upset you. Good day.
Hardly any change yet in the purplish-white tinge of early evening. No street lamps alight. But a thin mist, white with late October chill, is creeping up from the river as Bill and Brenda Leslie still sit in the red plush room, staring at nothingness.
Brenda,
Yes, dear?
what was the number of that address Radford gave us where Morgan used to hang out?
I don't remember.
96, wasn't it? 96 Fleet Street?
Why do you want to know?
Because I'm going there. And I'm going now.
Yes, I thought that was it. Bill, you can't. You mustn't. You can't do anything there.
I know.
Then why go at all?
Sweetheart, you know what our life is.
It's a wonderful life.
Oh, with you, yes, every minute of it. But the diplomatic service. Vous allez bien, Madame la Comtesse? I am sure, Signor, that the Rio Alta Bridge will be a great success. Who precedes whom at dinner? Does the envoy's wife eat artichokes? Look, Brenda, suppose I captured Morgan before the police do.
Bill, are you absolutely mad?
No, darling. Once or twice in every man's life, something taps him on the shoulder and says, come on, I dare you. Mostly we turn away and pretend we don't notice. But not this time. I'm taking the dare.
Bill, come back here. You're not to go.
Where's my overcoat? I've got it. Now, this address...
If you go, I'm going with you.
Oh, no. This isn't a woman's kind of dare, and you know it.
It's as much my dare as it is yours.
96 Fleet Street, up over a barber shop. How do I get there?
If
you don't tell me, Brenda, I can easily find out.
Oh. Well, as a matter of fact, it's not very far from here. You could walk it in 10 minutes.
That's better. That's much better.
What about your identification papers?
I'm throwing them out here on the bed. Morgan won't get those.
But if you haven't got those papers, you won't be able to prove who you are.
I'll have to risk it, Brenda. See you later.
Bill, come back. If you had any reason for going there, I wouldn't mind. But it's idiotic. Oh, don't leave me. Please come back. Please. I'll be with you, Bill. I'll be with you if Morgan doesn't see me first.
Footsteps. Slow-moving footsteps. Footsteps on gritty pavement where, beyond Temple Bar, Fleet Street curves down into dimness. A dead street, hushed and shadowy, with St. Paul's like a gray cloud far ahead. Too late for office workers, too early for newspaper offices. That's Bill Leslie on the left-hand pavement. I can tell you, believe me, every half-thought that tumbles through his brain as he walks.
Can't see the numbers, that's the trouble. Fool stunt, I wish I hadn't tried it. Can't turn back now, seem afraid. What if something jumped out of one of these doorways?
He's a ripper, if you know what that means.
Are you absolutely mad?
Mustn't remember things like that. Fleet Street. Dr. Johnson, 18th century. No people around. A street lamp's lighted. Good thing. Might walk a little faster. No harm in walking a little faster. There. Number 34. Even number side of the street, too. Can't be far off now. Mist rising and as cold as... Is that a policeman's helmet? Behind me, up against the sky. It doesn't matter. Police mean safety.
If you haven't got those papers, you won't be able to prove who you are.
Still doesn't matter. Nobody can see my face. Another policeman's helmet. Swear to it. Over in that alley. A little faster. Take it easy now. Don't run. They can't possibly...
You there! Stop! Wait a minute!
Mustn't get panicky. How do you stop panic? Got to find that address. Got to justify myself. Got to... Run! 96. Little entry. No door. Flight of steps. Easy on the jump now. Run up quiet as you can. Door with glass panel. Henry M. Jenkins, Bob. Door open and...
A large room, perhaps not too clean, with a cork floor giving back no sound. Facing you, a window. On your left, another door. On your right, a wall of mirrors with 2 white barber chairs. This is what Bill Leslie sees amid a gleam of mirrors and a thick odor of hair tonic. On a white stool sits a little old man with yellow-white hair and a reddish nose, peering up from a paper with Cockney friendliness.
Why, I beg your pardon. I didn't mean to crash in like this.
Not a bit of it, sir. Nobody here, sir. Glad to have you come up any way you like.
I've come about something important. Oh, I want to shave, please. And I'll just close this door.
Shave, sir? Very good, sir. If you'll just come over here. That's it. Your overcoat, sir. Allow me.
Oh, thanks.
And in this chair, please. Now, we'll just whip out the cloth and round your neck it goes.
Oh, wait a minute. Don't tilt me backwards yet. Are you Mr. Jenkins?
And now that, sir, is what I call a real honor.
What's so funny about it?
Sorry, sir, it's only a joke. My name is Jenkins, and that's a fact. But mostly the gentlemen call me Old Scratch.
Old Scratch?
Oh, not in a religious way. Lummy, I should hope not. With me, a chapel goer for 40 years, and a teetotaler so's me hand wouldn't shake. Excuse me, sir. Mix the lather. No, sir, it's only a joke. If they call me Old Scratch, or as it might be Old Nick, it's 'cause they know I won't nick 'em. Never miss with a razor, I don't. There now. Now we just tip the chair back. And I'll bet this lather I'm putting on is as comfortable as going home to tea and kippers on a night like this. It's remarkable, sir, how comfortable... Here, sir. What is it? What's wrong?
I was trying to signal you, that's all.
Eh?
Keep on lathering. Don't speak any louder than I do.
What is it, sir? What's up?
Flash Morgan has just come in.
Who?
Flash Morgan.
But there's nobody here but you and me. Lift your head up and look.
You didn't see him. You were looking at the shaving mug. I saw him come in by the door from the stairs when you moved the chair. You sure you don't know who Morgan is?
So help me, Harry, I don't.
He's a killer. Wanted by the police.
The police? Here now. I'll
finish with the lather. Then start shaving. But make it quick. Get a razor.
Yes, sir. But...
That's it.
Where's the bloke? Is he a blooming ghost?
He didn't look at either of us. He didn't make a sound. I saw him in the mirror. He bolted the glass paneled door on the inside. Look over and see if it isn't bolted.
Yes, sir, it's bolted.
He walked to a door at the back of this room. Behind me. Can you see it?
Yes, sir. Of course I can see it.
Where does that door lead? Upstairs?
No, sir. There's no upstairs on this side of the house.
But there's got to be. Morgan lived... I had some friends who...
Don't move your chin like that. Keep your head where I put it. If you was looking for 96 proper, you must have seen the numbers in a bad light.
Oh?
That's under the arch and round the back, like a lot of these old houses. This is 96B.
And where does the door lead?
Only to a cupboard, sir. A big cupboard. Somebody's hiding there now.
That's right. Morgan's there with his razor.
That's the end of the shave, sir. I trust it's satisfactory. Hot towel, sir.
Yes, thanks. Hot and steaming. Hang on to your nerve, Old Scratch. We'll get him in 2 minutes.
Towel satisfactory, sir. I'm a peaceful man, Governor. I don't want no trouble.
Now listen. When you take the towel off, go to the shelf under the mirrors and mess around with the bottles. Ask me if I'd like some kind of lotion. And edge toward the glass door. When you get near it, run like blazes and yell for the police. The whole neighborhood's full of cops. Morgan will come out fighting when he hears you run. I'll pick up that high stool and try to hold him off. The cops didn't find me because they went to the wrong 96.
That door behind you.
Well?
The knob's moving.
Then we'll have to do it when I count 3.
I can't, sir. I just ain't up to it.
You can run, can't you? 1, 2, 3.
Let us stay where you are, both of you.
Oh, well. Do I hear in Chief Inspector Radford?
You do? Sorry to break the glass door, old Scratch, but it seemed to be bolted on the inside. Yes, it is. In you go, boys. We may need several men here.
Well, Inspector, don't you recognize me? I'm Bill Leslie.
Yes, you probably are. Where's Morgan?
He's in that cupboard over there. I don't want to handle him. Have your men got guns?
We don't carry guns. Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Go over and guard that window. Davis, you stay here. I'll take the wasp out of his nest.
Right, sir.
Coming out, Morgan? No? All right, have it your own way. I'm turning the knob and... Lord almighty.
Find that blood, sir.
It's Morgan, all right. But he won't give any trouble now. His throat's been cut.
His throat's cut? But who? Who?
Curse it, Mr. Leslie. Why do you have to go and kill him?
There's a famous building on the Thames embankment. Once red brick with white trimming. Now smoke darkened, redolent of old stone. Inside it looks rather like a hospital, does New Scotland Yard. Not far away down the Misty River, there's a great clock. As 3 persons sit in a small official room.
Mr. Leslie, why don't you tell us the truth?
Inspector, I have told you the truth. So is old Scratch here.
Every word of it.
Let's face it, Mr. Leslie. You killed Morgan, and you don't seem to understand the law here.
How do you mean?
To kill a wanted man, even a murderer, is just as serious an offense as killing the Prime Minister. I can't help you if you say you didn't kill him. But I can get you off scot-free if you admit you did it in self-defense.
Look, Inspector, I never set eyes on Morgan except when he walked through that shop. Scratch never saw him at all. I never stirred out of the chair for 1 second. Scratch never left me. Never even took his hands off me for a second. Neither of us did it.
Then who killed Morgan?
I don't know.
The door was bolted on the inside. The window was locked. How could anyone get in?
I just don't know.
You don't think a ghost got in and killed him?
Well, what do you think happened?
I know what happened.
Oh?
Oh, yes. You rather thought you and Morgan would try to corner each other. You were both in Fleet Street within 20 yards of each other when those police whistles blew.
And you lost both of us. What happened in the meantime?
You and Morgan met at the barber's. There was a fight, and you killed him unintentionally.
I killed him with what?
With his own razor. We found it in the cupboard. Then you bribed old Scratch to keep his mouth shut.
Here now, Inspector.
Easy, Scratch. Stop rocking back and forth.
I'd like to tangle up my hair and pull it out by the roots. I'd like to stand on the track with a engine coming. I'd like to... Lummy, ain't there any justice?
Morgan was loaded with money, carried 1,000 quid in an oilskin tobacco pouch. It wasn't on his body. If you gave it to Scratch and Scratch hid it in the confusion after we broke in...
You know, Inspector, I've been wrong about this whole thing.
Oh, that's better.
Oh, not the way you mean. I thought my big trouble would be to prove my identity. But you don't doubt my identity. Or do you?
I don't know. But officially, until your wife identifies you...
That's what I've been asking all night and you won't answer. Where is Brenda?
Well, sir, the fact is...
You haven't got her locked up somewhere.
No, of course not. The fact is, we can't find her.
Isn't she at the hotel?
No, your wife left the hotel just after you did.
Brenda left the... Where'd she go?
To 96 Fleet Street.
How do you know that?
The real entrance to 96 is at the back, up a flight of stairs past the barber's window. One of our men saw her there, then lost her.
You mean Morgan may have seen her before he came into the shop and attacked her?
Mr. Leslie, you're the one who's got to take it easy. Just sit down, gentle-like.
Do you see now why you've got to give up this crazy story that you didn't kill Morgan and that you and old Scratch were never out of each other's sight?
But it's true.
Don't you see what I want to know? Did Morgan kill your wife? I want to know whether there was any blood on the razor before you fought Morgan.
This, as they say in the nursery books, is an office. That's a filing cabinet. You're smoking a pipe. I've got to hold on to things because they're getting blurred. Blast you, I never fought Morgan.
Want to think it over for a while?
Brenda's dead. That's what you're saying. Don't start to object. That's what you're intimating. And if Brenda's dead, on the course of it.
Chief Inspector.
Sergeant, keep out of here. I told you not to...
Yes, sir, but I couldn't help it. She's here. She's been in the anteroom listening to every word you've said.
Who's here?
Mrs. Leslie. She says she wants to give herself up.
Bill!
Please stay where you are,
Brenda.
Mrs. Leslie. You want to give yourself up?
No, not for murder. Oh, I'm so horribly frightened and mixed up. I don't know what I did say. But I had to talk to you because I saw the murder committed.
You saw it from where?
From outside the window, on the back stairs. Oh, Bill, darling, I got there before you did. You had to ask directions at the beginning. I saw you come in.
Into the barber shop?
Yes. But I think I'd have known what happened even if I hadn't seen it.
Are you one of our women detectives, Mrs. Leslie?
Oh, please, Mr. Radford. It's because I am a woman that I'd have noticed. You're too used to it. Bill thinks that man you call Old Scratch was never out of his sight for a moment. But he's forgotten something.
Forgotten what?
You've forgotten there were 30 seconds when you had a hot towel over your face and eyes.
Sergeant, better grab our friend Scratch's arms, quick.
Keep away from me, please!
Got him safe, man.
Go on, Mrs. Leslie.
Well, he went to the cupboard. He opened the door only partly and slashed inside. He dropped the razor inside and came back with an oilskin pouch of money. He put the money under a trap in the cork floor. It took less than 30 seconds if you timed it.
It's a pity I ain't got another razor. Old Scratch never misses with a razor.
Better put the cuffs on him, Sergeant.
You see, I already guessed he was an accomplice of Morgan's.
You what?
Oh, Bill, you're so adventurous you won't use common sense. He was reading an evening paper with pictures of Morgan and you, too. But he said he'd never heard of Morgan. You spoke first, so he knew you were the American. And he saw a way of killing his partner, Morgan, for the money. If he just dropped that razor in the cupboard, the police would think it belonged to Morgan, wouldn't they?
I'm afraid they would.
Only I'm an awful coward. I was so paralyzed I couldn't even scream. Somebody chased me. Maybe it was the police. And I fainted in some old woman's room. Oh, Inspector, may I go to my husband now?
You may, Mrs. Leslie, with the apologies of the CID.
Bill, please take me away from London before your sense of adventure starts again. I don't understand these detective stories.
And so, in rather a pleasant vein, I end my story of the husband who sought trouble and the wife who got him out of it. And as I, Dr. Fabian, ship's surgeon of the Mauravania, sit here in my cabin, B13, remembering this story, I wonder what other memories of strange and sinister happenings will come back as we touch at the other ports of our world cruise. I hope to greet you again next week in cabin B13.
Next week, as the Mauravania docks at Cherbourg, Dr. Fabian will bring you from his cabin, B13, a story in which he himself plays a small part. A tale with not quite so pleasant an ending as tonight's. A strange adventure which he calls The Man Who Couldn't Be Photographed. Cabin B13 is created and written by John Dixon Carr, outstanding mystery novelist in both England and America, who is also famous as Carter Dixon. These Dr. Fabian stories are all newly written for you by Mr. Carr and have not appeared before on the air or in printed form. Dr. Fabian is played by Arnold Moss, and on tonight's drama, Joseph Curtin played Bill Leslie, with Naomi Campbell as Brenda and William Podmore as Jenkins. The music is composed and conducted by Merle Kendrick. Cabin B13 is edited by Charles S. Monroe. and the productions are directed by John Dietz. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Tonight, from his notebooks of the strange and sinister, Dr. Fabian tells you the story of The Bride Vanishes.
Terror doesn't strike only in dark places. There, on the sunlit, fabulously beautiful Isle of Capri, one woman had already vanished without a trace. And they warned Lucy Courtney, the lovely young American bride, that she looked too much like the other woman, that the terror would again strike from nowhere on that balcony of death. Would you have dared to step out upon that balcony alone, as Lucy did?
CBS brings you another strange and incredible tale of mystery and murder by the world-famous best-selling mystery writer, John Dixon Carr, directed by John Dietz. Now, here's Mr. Carr's famous Dr. Fabian to tell you his tale, The Bride Vanishes.
Blue water, a dazzle under the sun. Behind you, the bone-white beaches, and Vesuvius, dull purple in a heat haze. And the island of Capri, 20 miles out across the Bay of Naples. As I bade goodbye to Tom and Lucy Courtney on the deck of the Mauravania, I wished I were going with them to Capri. I didn't hear the story of the horrible events which befell them until we returned to Naples again, a story that began soon after they boarded the small harbor steamer that chugs across the bay toward Capri.
It's the most perfect place for a honeymoon, Tom.
Oh, it's heaven. With you along, Lucy, I'll become the best painter in the world in less than 2 weeks.
Well, I hope you'll take some time off for me.
Don't worry, darling. There'll be lots of time for us. Even with all the colors in the world at hand. Even with all the fascinating models available here in Italy.
If you ever have another model but me, I'll scratch your eyes out. I'm warning you, Tom.
Listen, dear. Do you honestly like it here in Italy?
I like Naples. I love the way they run around singing Neapolitan songs to each other. And I like the color and the sailboats and the little lights going up Vesuvius at night. Only...
You shivered. What's wrong?
Ever since we got aboard this little steamer, people have been staring at me, Tom.
Oh, I can't blame them for that.
No, I mean in a funny way. Even your American friend, what's his name?
Granger?
Mr. Granger. When you introduced him to me at Naples, I thought his eyes were going to pop out.
He's standing over by the rail now. He lives at Capri.
Why does he persist in wearing that white 10-gallon hat here in Italy?
Before Granger made money in oil wells, he was a real old-fashioned cowpuncher. And he's proud of it. Good fellow, too.
Well, he's too polite to say anything, but he keeps looking around at me.
Well?
He looks frightened.
Frightened? This isn't the time to start imagining things, Lucy.
Oh, I know. Maybe I'm just so happy, I'm afraid it can't last.
Oh, don't say that.
Oh, but wouldn't it be awful if something did happen, Tom, and we weren't together any longer?
Hey, wait a minute. Hasn't our ship stopped?
Oh, yes, I hadn't noticed.
Seems a funny place to stop. No sign of a harbor, only rocks and little gray cliffs. Oh, Mr. Granger. Mr. Granger.
Yes, young fella?
Do you happen to know why we're stopping here?
Well, that's an easy one, son. We're stopping so that you and your good lady and anybody else who's curious can get a look at the Blue Grotto.
The Blue Grotto? Where is it, Mr. Granger?
Shade your eyes with your hand, ma'am. You see that tiny little arch under the cliff?
Yes.
And all the little white rowboats coming out toward us?
Yes.
Now, when the first boat comes alongside, you climb down that iron ladder and get in. The boatman will row you out and through the arch into the grotto. It's a great, big, dark cavern. The water in there looks as though it's lit up underneath with blue fire.
Would you like to go out and see it, Lucy?
I'd love to.
Well, let me give you a little tip, Mrs. Courtney. The current's pretty fast out there. You'll go shooting under that arch like 60.
Oh, are we likely to upset?
No. But the arch isn't as high as your head. And when you see it coming, lie back flat in the boat. That is, unless you want your head knocked off.
Thanks, Mr. Granger. We'll remember. See you later. Easy on the ladder, Lucy. Don't look round yet.
I'm all right, darling. I'm just as good a swimmer as you are.
I'm in the boat now. Take one more step.
All right.
Steady. Now, turn around facing the boatman and sit down here beside me.
Oh.
All right, boatman.
Corpo di bacca.
Tom, what's the matter with the boatman?
Hey, easy, man. Do you want to upset us? Sit down.
You come back, yes?
Come back? Well, I've never been here before in my life.
Push off, man. Start rowing. The other boats are piling up behind you.
You come back.
Start rowing, can't you? Andale subito. Basta.
Oh, Tom, he can't take his eyes off us.
I wish he'd watch out where he's rowing.
You come to live at the Villa Borghese, yes?
Tom, how does he know that?
This lady, she's not dead?
Dead? Of course she's not dead. What are you talking about?
She never come to Capri before?
Never.
Then I tell you, she will disappear just like the other one.
Disappear?
See. I rest on my oars, I tell you.
Tom, aren't we moving rather fast?
Yes, that's the entrance to the grotto ahead.
I tell you, there was a lady, so much like you. For the back, it scared me.
Look, old man, I don't want to teach you your business, but you've got your back to that grotto.
Take this lady back where she come from. Don't take her to village of Borghese.
Down, Lucy. The current's taking us into the grotto. Flatten your back. Down.
Senor, I'm sorry. I almost make you to get hurt.
You know you nearly got your own head knocked off?
Excuse me, no, I'm used. Now, I will row you around Blue Grotto.
I don't think I like it much, Tom.
Neither do I.
It's dark, except for that blue light under the water. It's transparent. You can see the fishes swimming.
Just a minute, boatman. This lady who disappeared from the Villa Borghese...
2-3 years ago, she disappeared.
You say she looked exactly like my wife?
Si, senor. She was going to be married. She was trying on, a wedding dress. Her mother and sisters, they was in the room with her. She walked out on a balcony over the sea. You know what I mean by balcony over the sea. And nobody ever hear of her again.
You mean she jumped over into the sea?
Oh, young girl are going to be married to kill herself? No.
Then what did happen?
Senor, I do not know. But sometimes they say you can meet her ghost in here. She floats just under the water where you can see her. And it turned over and over. And the wedding veil is still around her face.
Tom, let's get out of here.
You want to go? Yes?
Lucy, if this fellow is stringing us along...
He is not stringing us along.
Then somebody ought to know what this means. If we've inherited a haunted balcony where people disappear like soap bubbles, I say it's too much. Let's get back to our steamer and talk to Granger.
Mr. Granger?
I'm aboard, ma'am. You too, young fella. The ship's starting in half a second.
Hey, give me a hand, Lucy.
Yes, dear. Oh, Didn't anyone else go to the Blue Grotto?
Well, ma'am, no. The other boatman refused to take them after they saw you and Mr. Courtney go. I'm sorry,
It's all right. We've just heard the story.
I ought to have told you about it myself. All the way out here, I've been cussing myself and thinking what an ornery old badger I am for not telling you when I first met you in Naples.
The girl did vanish, then?
By a first-rate miracle, yes. In broad daylight, within 20 feet of her mother and sisters.
You don't look like a man who'd believe in miracles, Mr. Granger.
I'm not, son. I'm just telling you what happened.
But why is everybody so excited? Somebody must have thrown her off the balcony.
Josephine Adams was all alone on a balcony 40 feet up a cliff, smooth as glass. She didn't fall, and she wasn't thrown because there was no sound of a splash. And she didn't come back from the balcony because her mother and sisters were in front of the only door. Yet within 15 seconds, 15 seconds, mind you, she just vanished.
You believe that?
Sure, I believe it, son. It's a fact.
Did you know the girl's family?
Very well. We got a real English-speaking colony here. Oh, we're pulling in. About a half a minute now. I'm going to show you your new home.
Oh, can you see it from the deck here?
You sure can, ma'am. It's on the edge of the cliff. Professor Davis's house on one side of it, and my shack's on the other. That's why I want to ask you a question.
Well, of course. Ask anything you like.
I'm an old stager, ma'am. Not exactly up to high-tone society around here, but you trust me?
Yes, I think so.
Then promise me something.
And led by a very handsome woman, if you ask me.
Oh, Lord, I didn't know she was aboard.
Who?
The Countess. She lives in our colony.
Why, she looks like an American. You take your eyes off her, Tom Courtney.
She is an American. Married a Count Pachisi or something like that. Just call her Nellie.
My dear Harry Granger.
Hello, Nellie.
It's true. Everybody told me so, but I couldn't believe it until I saw her. She does look exactly like poor Josephine Adams. Just as small, just as dainty.
Please. Is everybody trying to give me the jitters?
Nellie, I want you to meet some friends of mine.
Oh, you don't need to introduce me. I know who they are. You're the nice young couple who've taken that villa. I'm Nellie Lucchese, and this is my dog, Tiberius. Named after the wicked Roman emperor, you know, who used to live at Capri. I must confess I'm terribly fascinated by wicked things. Aren't you, Mr. Courtney?
Lucy, stop tickling me in the ribs. I haven't done anything.
No, and you're not going to.
But Tiberius seems to have taken quite a fancy to you, Mrs. Courtney. I've never known him to go up to a stranger before.
Well, I only wish I could borrow him. He might be a charm against... Oh, I don't know.
We'll be at the harbor in a few minutes. Then you must let me drive you up to the villa. You won't be able to get any servants, I'm afraid, because they won't stay here. But you can camp out. Oh, look. Look, there's your villa. We're passing it now.
Oh, where?
On the cliff where I'm pointing.
Hey, wait a minute. There must be some mistake. That's not the Villa Borghese.
It sure is, son.
But that's a palace. Like all the other houses there. And I rented it furnished for about $25 a month.
Can't you guess why you got it so cheap, son? If you take my advice, you'll turn around and go back to Naples for the next steamer.
Oh, Harry Granger, don't be an idiot. Let's have some excitement. Let's have some excitement.
Tom, it is beautiful.
Yeah. Too infernally beautiful, if you ask me.
Oh, there's the balcony.
Well, it's all right but daylight. Marble and tapestries. But at night, when you've got to put out the lights, and you start thinking about what happened there, you...
The moon over Capri makes a deathly daylight. You could actually see to read on that balcony if anyone should go out there. Frosted glass doors open out on it from a big room on the ground floor. And two deliberately calm persons and a dog sit looking at one another.
Lucy, stop it.
Stop what?
Stop looking over at that balcony.
I'm sorry, darling.
Why are we sitting here anyway? There's an inner room that's much more comfortable.
It's like having a toothache, Tom. A very little toothache.
I may be dense, Angel, but I don't follow you.
Well, you put your tongue against the tooth to see if it'll hurt. You know it will hurt, but you go on doing it just the same. That's us.
And maybe you're right.
Oh, Tom,
Did you ever think we'd have a lovely house like this?
Well, the house is all right, yes. Then they have to go and spoil everything. Our honeymoon with this blasted Tommy around about...
Please, Tom, you're just as jittery now as I was this afternoon. Why, even Tiberius is jittery.
Yeah, I guess I am. Easy, boy, easy.
Well, there's whiskey on the table. They call it Vicky here. Mix yourself a drink.
In a minute, not just now. Lucy, there's nothing wrong with that balcony. Suppose you walked out on it this minute.
I've had a horrible longing to try it. Just because I know I shouldn't.
Well, nothing could attack you. All you'd have to do would be yell. That would bring Granger out on his balcony like a shot. And the neighbor on the other side of us would... who is on the other side, by the way?
A brain specialist.
A what?
A specialist in brain disorders. Professor Davis. He's English. Listen.
Somebody in the inner room. Easy, Tiberius, easy.
Tom, I'm afraid.
It's all right. You hold Tiberius's collar while I open the door.
Here, boy.
We don't want him to fly at anybody. We're going into the other room and stay there. You ready?
Yes.
Good evening, Mr. Courtney. Good evening, Mrs. Courtney. I am no ghost, though you appear to regard me as one. I'm merely your neighbor, Professor Rutherford Davis.
Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Granger mentioned you.
I trust you will pardon this intrusion. No one answered my knock, so I ventured to come in.
Oh, it's no intrusion, Professor Davis. We're a little disorganized here, that's all.
Oh, naturally. Mr. Courtney, I wish I could say welcome to Capri. But I have a very different message.
Well?
If you value Mrs. Courtney's life, you'll go back to Naples immediately.
Not you, too.
I do not say that as a ghost hunter, sir. I say it as a specialist. May I sit down?
Oh, of course. Please do.
Thank you. Oh, we seem to be forgetting our manners, Professor Davis. Will you have a drink?
Thank you. Perhaps a small whiskey.
I'll get it, darling. You sit down and talk to Professor Davis.
You're not going back into that room alone.
I'm only going to get the drinks, Tom. And I promise to be good. Tiberius can come with me, can't you, Tiberius?
Oh, I see. You've borrowed Tiberius from the Countess Lucchese.
Yes, she was kind enough to offer him. If you gentlemen will excuse me, I'll be back in just a minute. Come on, Tiberius.
I hope this is all right, Professor.
No, sir, it is not all right. Your wife is in very great danger, sir.
But why? Because of that balcony?
No, because she looks exactly like the late Josephine Adams.
I don't get it.
Mr. Courtney, did you ever hear of paranoia?
Some kind of mental disease, isn't it?
Yes. The paranoid begins by imagining that he or she is being persecuted by someone. Persecuted by the most unlikely and harmless kind of person as a rule. First, he hears things. A voice in his brain whispers, "You'll be killed, you'll be killed, you'll be killed." He hears it in the tick of a clock, in the rattle of a train, in the footsteps on a street. There are holes in the walls through which his enemy is always watching. Invisible speaking tubes bring him messages. There are pains in his joints and nightmares of attempts to poison him. His brain bursts and he kills, he kills, he kills. Oh, excuse me for speaking so strongly.
But how does this affect us?
Mr. Courtney, will you examine the sheet of paper?
What is it?
A fragment of a typewritten diary. I found it on the cliffs months ago. Don't ask me who wrote it, but I know that a criminal lunatic on this island imagined that poor, inoffensive Josephine Adams was his enemy. So he killed her.
Killed her? How?
I don't know.
And what happened to the girl's body?
I'm not a detective, sir. The body was carried out to sea, perhaps, or washed along the cliffs and into the Blue Grotto to be lost. But don't you understand the danger to your wife?
You're not suggesting
to
that...
somebody's cracked brain, your wife is Josephine Adams created all over again.
Kill Lucy? What couldn't be done?
It was done, my friend. Listen.
That sounded like a dog howling.
Miss Courtney is rather a long time in getting that whiskey.
She wouldn't go near the balcony. She promised not to go out on the balcony.
People do very perverse things, my friend, but they know they shouldn't.
Lucy!
Lucy! That seems to be Tiberius out on the balcony. I can't see anything else from here.
She's gone! She's gone! She's gone!
An empty balcony, a howling dog, and a sea turned clear silver under the moon. That was how it was pictured to me with such intolerable vividness that I seemed to have lived through it. Then, after the tumult and the shouting, there are other pictures. Don't you hear the noise of that motor launch with a half-demented young man at the wheel? 3 other familiar figures are gathered round it. Don't you recognize the white 10-gallon hat of Harry Granger, and the neat pointed beard of Professor Davis, and the brunette prettiness of Nellie Lucchese?
But what on earth is he going to do?
I'd like to know that one myself.
Listen, please, all of you.
Take it easy, son. We're with you.
What time is it?
Time?
Yes, what time is it?
It's 2:30 in the morning, going on for 3.
12 hours. Then the tide ought to be just where it was this afternoon.
What's the tide got to do with it?
A whole lot. Somebody set a trap and made Lucy fall off that balcony. I know it.
Oh, that's absurd.
If Lucy's been carried out to sea, there's nothing we can do about it. But if she's been carried along with the current and into the Blue Grotto...
The Blue Grotto?
One moment, sir. You're not proposing to run this big launch under that arch after dark?
Yes, Professor, that's just exactly it.
Oh, go on, do it. I'll back you up. Let's have some excitement.
It will be exciting enough, I assure you. Mr. Courtney, have you got some wild hope of recovering your wife's body?
I've even got a wild hope she may be alive. Lucy's a very strong swimmer.
You're acting like a nut, son.
Get set, everybody. I'm going to swing around.
We're in the current now. Better hold tight.
I've got to duck my own head when we go through. Everybody else flop down.
I still protest against this. Don't you understand, Mr. Courtney?
Get ready. Here we go.
What on earth's wrong? There's no Blue Grotto. It's black as pitch.
My dear Nellie, I kept trying to tell all of you. The Blue Grotto effect is caused by the sun's rays. There never is one except when the sun is out. Just how does our friend propose to find anything in here? Listen.
Oh, something's got hold of the boat. I felt it move.
There's a hand there. A wet hand. Lucy.
She's out alive.
Mr. Granger, help me lift her up over the side. Right, easy. Don't tip the boat. Lucy. Lucy, darling. Are you all right?
Tom.
Are you all right, Lucy? Can you hear me?
All right. Just exhausted. I got in here, couldn't swim out against the current.
Well, don't try to talk.
Got to talk. Going to faint. Tom, who's with you?
Only our friends.
Who's with you? Is the murderer with you?
A pleasant prospect to be shut up in the dark at 3 o'clock in the morning with a criminal lunatic.
Who spoke then?
Lucy, don't hold me so tight. Let go, dear. I'll get the boat started and have you out of here in just a second.
Who spoke then?
Only Professor Davis.
Tom, I've got to tell you. You know that girl, Josephine Adams, died. Almost killed me.
Has anybody here got some brandy? Or a flashlight?
I have a flashlight, my friend. Will you allow me as a medical man to examine Mrs. Courtney?
I'd better keep back for just a second, Professor. She's hysterical. Give me the flashlight.
I walked into other room. No one with me. All alone except Tiberius.
Yes, Lucy.
Somebody called my name from the balcony. I thought, very soft. Mrs. Courtney. He said, Mrs. Courtney.
Did you recognize the voice?
Yes. That's why I went.
Hadn't you better start up this boat and get out of here?
Who spoke then?
Don't pay any attention to them, Lucy. Nobody can hurt you now.
I went out on the balcony. Bright moonlight. Bright as day. There was nobody there.
Nobody on the balcony?
No. I looked out over the sea, and something came at me, Tom. Something flew out of the air and came at me.
Just one moment before Mrs. Courtney goes on. Is anybody in this boat carrying a revolver? Not that I know of. Excuse my mentioning it, but I felt something metal brush past my hand.
It was only the flashlight, probably.
Will you please let Lucy go on and finish? Lucy, you were on the balcony, and something came at you.
Yes. Like a snake, sideways, out of the air. It went over my head, fastened around my neck. It was a rope with a noose in it.
A rope?
That's it, a rope. It was thrown from another balcony. I'm small and light like Josephine Adams, and it pulled me sideways over the rail, and I fell.
Take it easy now, darling. You're perfectly safe. Is she perfectly safe?
The murderer, he let her fall on the rope. But the rope was jerked tight long before she struck the water. That broke her neck, and the murderer lowered her softly.
So there wasn't any splash?
No.
And the current took her away, rope and all?
That's it. It would have happened to me, only the rope slipped through the murderer's fingers.
Through whose fingers? Somebody in this boat has got a revolver. Who's overboard? Somebody went. Switch on that light, my friend, and shine it on the water. All right, Professor. There's your light. Look at it. Turning over and over. The water in the Blue Grotto is red now.
Tom, come back to me.
It's all right, Lucy. I swear you're safe now.
Did he shoot himself?
Yes.
Did who shoot himself?
Who had a balcony exactly like ours on the house next door? Who began life as a cowpuncher and would have known how to use a lasso? Who knew Josephine Adams well and got it into his maniac head that Mrs. Courtney was Josephine Adams all over again? Harry Granger. Look. There's his 10-gallon hat floating away.
And so ends my story, which, while your own honeymoon may have ended, you may do well to remember next time you plan a vacation in sunny, carefree, whatever its name is. But next week, we shall find terror lurking in a very different sort of spot. In a storm-surrounded cottage in the remote English countryside. It's the story of a girl who married a man she knew too little about. A tale of poison, and of a rat that played the accordion in a cupboard. And so, next week when I tell you this strange tale for which I use the phrase, "Till death do us part," won't you join me, Dr. Fabian, in my cabin B13?
From Cabin B13, CBS has brought you another strange and sinister tale of mystery and murder, written by the world-famous best-selling author John Dickson Carr and directed by John Dietz. Arnold Moss is featured as Dr. Fabian, and in tonight's drama, Joseph Curtin appeared as Tom Courtney, Mary Patton played Lucy, and Rod Hendrickson was heard as Mr. Granger. The music for Cabin B13 is composed and conducted by Alfredo Antonini. Join us again next week, same time, same station, for Dr. Fabian's tale, Till Death Do Us Part. More great drama comes to you on CBS tomorrow night and every Monday when Lux Radio Theater presents Hollywood's great stars and great plays. Tomorrow night, Monday, December 13th, Ingrid Bergman and Robert Montgomery will co-star in The Seventh Veil, a powerful drama of a girl pianist and the strange man who fostered her career and then fell in love with her. Be sure you're with CBS tomorrow, Monday night, when Ingrid Bergman and Robert Montgomery create these stirring roles for you in The Seventh Veil on Lux Radio Theater over most of these same CBS network stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Cabin B13. From his notebooks of the strange and sinister, Dr. Fabian brings you tonight's tale of The Sleep of Death. particular bedroom, high in a castle tower, hung with rare tapestries, filled with a haunting atmosphere of witchcraft and death. The young American Ned Whiteford knew that for 200 years no person who had slept in that room had lived through the night. Whatever it was that killed left no trace. Would you, like Whiteford, have dared to rest your head there because you were in love? From Cabin B13, CBS brings you another great tale of mystery and murder, written by the world-famous best-selling mystery author John Dickson Carr, directed by John Dietz. Now, here's Mr. Carr's famous Dr. Fabian, ship surgeon and world traveler, to tell you tonight's tale, The Sleep of Death. Ned Whiteford crossed with us to France aboard the Mauravania back in '38. He was looking forward to his new position at the American Embassy. He was young, and even war jittery Paris was a magic land to him. It was on St. Catherine's Day that Ned, unknowingly, made a decision that brought him to the threshold of unspeakable terror and death. And he made it in the midst of the gayest celebration Paris knew, the president's costume ball at the opera. Look at Ned now, wearing the uniform of one of Lafayette's officers. And look closely at the dark-haired young girl in costume, sitting across from him at the little table, half screened by the palms.
Ned, don't. Please, you mustn't.
Look here, Ileana. We've got to settle this thing. You've enjoyed being here tonight, haven't you?
Oh, Ned, I've loved it. After being hemmed in at my uncle's place in the country, oh, it's like heaven.
All right. When I take you back to the hotel tonight, I'm going to face this dragon uncle of yours.
No, you mustn't.
I'm going to say that you and I intend to get married, and that's that.
I can't marry you, Ned. I told you that.
But why not? Give me just one good reason.
Because I can't. My uncle would never allow it.
And that seems to you a good enough reason?
Yes.
This uncle of yours, what's his name?
Count Stephen Kohari.
He's a Hungarian, I think you said.
Yes, so am I. My mother was an American.
What's he like, actually?
Well, he's a little eccentric. Ned.
What is it?
There he is now.
Your uncle?
Yes, the elegant man in plain evening clothes with the order of the Golden Fleece across his chest.
I see him. He looks as black as a thundercloud.
Oh, give me my mask, quick, before he sees us.
No, Ileana.
Why not?
We'd better face this out now. Sit still.
Good evening, Ileana.
Good evening, Uncle Stephen. Uncle, may I present Ned Whiteford?
How do you do, sir?
How do you do? Ileana, do you think that costume is quite the thing to wear in public?
Why not?
An older generation might call it immodest. It looks like...
Like what?
Nothing. You go and get your cloak or your domino, whatever you wore here.
Uncle, please.
Do as I say.
Don't make me go home so soon. It's hardly 11 o'clock.
I was not asking you to go home, my dear. I was merely asking you to put on a wrap.
Oh, all right, I'll get it. You stay and talk to Ned.
I shall be delighted.
Will you sit down, sir?
Thank you. You seem to have had quite a gathering at this table.
Yes, some friends of mine from the embassy. They're upstairs dancing now.
Glasses, and still more glasses. I was quite an adept once at musical glasses.
Yes?
Have you ever tried it, young man?
No.
You take a spoon like this, and...
Forgive me, sir. There's something I'd like to ask you.
Yes, young man?
I don't exactly know how to say this, so I'd better say it in the shortest way. I want to marry your niece. Look out, sir. You've smashed one of the glasses.
Doubtless a few francs. will pay for it. There are other things with a higher value, at least for me.
Well, maybe I ought to mention that I'm attached to the American Embassy here. That I have some money of my own and enough to support Ileana well.
Indeed.
I only mention at the show, well, that Ileana will be well provided for. The ambassador will vouch for me if you'd like to ring him up.
I ought to mention, I have always kept Ileana carefully guarded from the world.
Almost too carefully guarded, don't you think?
That, young man, depends on my reason.
I'm sorry again.
You have known Ileana how long?
A week.
A week. You would not choose a business partner in a week. Yet you want to marry Ileana a week after you meet her.
We know our own minds, sir.
And you know more than the wisest men of the world. However, as one whose dearest wishes Ileana's happiness...
I hope it is, Count Corey.
You doubt what I say?
Oh, no, sir. Go on.
Well, let me make you a counter-proposition. I own a chateau in Touraine, not far from Paris.
I know, Ileana told me.
And here's my suggestion. Why not come down and visit us for a week or two?
Well, that's very decent of you, sir.
Not at all. If at the end of that time you are not cured of this infatuation...
Well, it's not an infatuation. I swear it's not.
If at the end of that time you are not cured permanently of this feeling, you may take Ileana with my blessing. Is that fair?
It's more than fair, Count Corey. I don't know how to thank you.
Don't try. There is just one thing, however.
Yes, sir?
At the Chateau d'Azay, there's a certain bedroom. We call it the tapestry room.
Yes?
I assure you it will be very interesting to sleep in that room.
Why? Is it haunted or anything like that?
Not exactly haunted. And now, if you don't mind, I shall say good night. I think I can trust you to bring Ileana safely to the hotel.
Yes.
In the meantime, look there.
What is it now?
Those streams of our fellow guests pouring down the main staircase. Shapes of nightmare. Shapes of delirium. Insane, dead masks where only the eyes move. Mightn't you be terrified, perhaps, if you could look behind those masked gargoyle faces?
No, I don't think so. They're only ordinary people like ourselves.
That's where you make your mistake. I shall expect you for the weekend. Good night.
Good night, sir.
Ned.
It's all right, Ileana. You can come out from behind the palm.
What was my uncle saying? I couldn't hear.
Ileana, it couldn't be better. He's a very decent old boy, actually. And he's invited me to the Chateau d'Azay.
Did he say anything about the tapestry room?
Yes, he asked me if I'd mind sleeping there.
And you said?
I said I would, naturally.
You mustn't do it, Ned. I won't let you do it.
Why the devil not?
Because everybody who sleeps in that room dies.
Are you serious?
Ned, please don't do it.
Nonsense. A lot of superstitions about every old house.
This isn't a superstition, Ned. It happened once when I was a little girl. A man insisted on sleeping there. They found him dead in the morning.
So? How did he die?
They don't know. There wasn't a mark on his body. He wasn't shot, or stabbed, or strangled, or poisoned, or hurt in any way. He was just dead.
2 nights later, in the part of France once called La Touraine, the wind moans down the valleys, and rain flickers across the apple trees, and thunder stirs in those haunted hills. It brings small comfort to a young man driven in an ancient carriage from the railway station along snake-like roads and leading to what destination? Ahead, a flash of lightning shows the gray walls and conical slate-roofed towers of a chateau set some distance back from the road. Light shines from its narrow windows, dimly seen through the rain.
Driver, coachman.
Yes, monsieur?
Is Is that the Chateau d'Azay up ahead?
Yes, monsieur. I will take you to the very door
If what? Why do you cross yourself?
if I am permitted.
What should stop you?
Only fear, monsieur. I am not much afraid.
What was that?
Only the dogs, monsieur. They keep many dogs, large dogs at the Chateau d'Azay.
Those dogs dangerous? They have to fly at anybody who goes to the front door?
I cannot say, monsieur. But I should advise you to make haste.
Here's your money.
No, thank you. Good night, monsieur. And if one so humble as myself may be permitted a word of advice.
Yes?
Beware of the tapestry room.
You are Edward Whitefoot?
Yes.
Monsieur is expected. Please to enter. Monsieur's hat and coat?
Thank you.
Ned.
Hello, Ileana.
Nombre pas, ma petite. Comment?
You'd better not kiss me, Ned. Madame Flay says to look out for my uncle. She's our housekeeper.
Where's your uncle now?
In the drawing room. Come along.
Ileana, is anything wrong?
Everything's wrong. 2 of my dogs were in horrible pain this afternoon. Dr. Solomon had to put them out with chloroform.
You don't think...
I hope nobody's practicing, that's all. Here we are.
Nice tiger skins on the floor. I say, who's that little old man with a gray beard sitting over by the fire?
That's Dr. Solomon.
That funny-looking eyes.
He watches and watches and watches. But he's an old friend of the family. Shh. Come on, let's get this over with.
Ah, my young friend. Welcome to the Chateau d'Azay.
Thank you, Count Corey.
You must be very wet after your long drive. Go up to the fire and warm yourself.
Thank you.
Madame Flay,
Yes, monsieur.
please tell Antoine to take our guest's luggage up to the tapestry room.
Tapestry room, monsieur?
That is what I said, Madame Flay.
Yes, monsieur.
An odd coincidence, Mr. Whitefield. Dr. Solomon and I were just discussing the fate of the last person who slept in the tapestry room.
This is not good, my friend. This is against my advice.
Here, Dr. Solomon croaked.
This is not good, I tell you. It is the wrong season of the moon.
Moon? But there's no moon tonight. It's raining cats and dogs.
Don't talk about dawn. Nevertheless, it is the wrong season of the moon. I say no more.
Cheerful man, that doctor.
Don't do it, Ned. I won't be responsible if they make you do it.
But look here, Count Corey. What did happen to the last fellow who slept in the tapestry room?
You must not call him a fellow, young man. He was a very saintly gentleman. The Bishop of Tours. That was some time ago. Eliana was only 15 years old. But surely she must remember it.
I remember it.
The church said our bishop has no use for superstitions. He insisted on sleeping there. I made him as comfortable as possible. But he was found dead the next morning with a crucifix still in his hand.
Was it poison?
There was no poison, monsieur.
Here, Dr. Solomon.
It's true, Ned.
There were just 2 curious things in connection with the death, Mr. Whitefoot. On the mantelpiece was found burning a stick of incense. Ordinary incense, nothing wrong with it.
Yes, sir.
And under the dressing table, the police found an empty jar of ointment. Now come, use your detective wits. A dead man, and some burning incense, and an empty jar of ointment. What do you make of that?
I don't make anything of it. Is there any reason for this story of death?
Reason?
Any legend attached to the room or something like that?
Yes, there is.
Well, sir?
They're a very old family, my friend. Old and perhaps accursed. When certain of my ancestors moved from Hungary to France in the 17th century, they brought certain beliefs with them. The old religion.
The old religion?
Yes, the cult of Diana. The witch cult, if you prefer.
Now, look here, sir.
Must we talk about this?
Ah, you smile. When I say the word witch, Mr. Whiteford, you think of some humorous picture on a Halloween card. It was very different in the Middle Ages, believe me. There were many to worship unashamed at the grand Sabbath, to receive all favors from Satan, their master, to dance forever joyously in the red quadrilles of the netherworld. Some 200 years ago, an ancestress of mine, Catherine Corey, was tortured to death in the tapestry room for professing the old religion. Many persons have not thought it safe to sleep there since. Are you answered?
Come, sir, this is some kind of elaborate joke.
Joke? The Bishop of Tours did not find it a joke.
Not a mark on his body. I assure you, as a physician, not a mark on his body.
You hear, Dr. Solomon?
I hear him.
Understand me, my boy. There's no compulsion in this. If you had not the nerve to sleep in that room...
Who says I haven't got the nerve?
You're weakening. I think I can see it in your face.
Would you like to make a little bet on that?
What sort of bet?
If I spend the night in this famous room and come out of it alive...
Go on.
Will you give your consent to the marriage immediately? Tomorrow morning?
Why tomorrow morning?
Because I don't think the atmosphere of this place is good for Ileana. What do you say? Will you do it?
Very well, my boy. I accept the terms of your wager.
Don't do it, Ned. For the love of heaven, don't do it.
High up in the north tower of the Chateau d'Azay, under the conical slate roof, is the circular room hung with faded tapestries. These tapestries move slightly, with uneasy, mimic life, to the clamor of the storm outside. Candles burn along the mantelpiece, and beside the great four-poster bed. The flames of these candles waver, too, as the door opens.
This is the tapestry room, monsieur.
Thank you, Madame Flay.
That is the mantelpiece where the incense burned. That is the bedroom Monseigneur the Bishop died.
Very inviting, isn't it?
Will there be anything else that monsieur requires? Some sandwiches? A decanter of whiskey?
No, thanks. I had a drink with Count Corey before I came upstairs.
Very well, monsieur. Monsieur's shaving water will be brought up in the morning, if he requires it. Good night.
Infernal old harpy. Trying to scare a fellow out of his wits just because... Oh, built a good fire anyway. I didn't realize how cold it was. What's that?
It's I, Ileana. May I come in?
No, Ileana. I don't want you exposed to whatever it is.
Ned, listen. Are you going to bed or are you going to sit up all night?
I'm going to sit up all night, naturally.
Then let me sit up with you.
No.
Why not?
First, because it may be dangerous. Second, because I promised your uncle I'd go through this alone.
Oh, I wish you hadn't had that drink with him.
Couldn't have done anything to it. You poured it.
Yes, that's true, only...
It was only one of the dogs.
No. Sounded like somebody walking. Inside the wall of this room. Don't you hear it?
By George, it is somebody walking inside the wall. Get behind that tapestry, Ileana. Quick. Hurry.
All right.
Count Corey! Where did you come from?
Forgive me, my boy, for seeming to appear out of the wall and between the tapestries, like Mephisto appearing to Faust. This red dressing gown perhaps adds to the effect.
How did you get here? A passage between the walls?
Exactly. My boy.
No.
You're sure of that?
Quite sure.
And since nobody saw me come here, I'll just sit down by the fire. Please sit opposite me.
Is this the showdown, sir?
I don't understand you.
There's got to be a showdown between us. Is that why you're here?
I am here, young man, to explain certain things to you. Now, would you have a cigarette? You're not doped. That's what you're afraid of.
I'll have one. Yes.
Good. Right?
Thank you.
When I was discussing the witch cult a while ago, you did not appear to think I meant what I said.
You want a perfectly frank answer to that?
Yes.
I think you're mad enough to mean anything.
What you say, innocence, is quite true. In an old and inbred family like ours, the mind can crack, and the fantasies of witchcraft become as real, more real, than the living world. Let me give you an example.
Go on.
The saucer on the table beside you is Ming porcelain. It was once owned by Catherine Corley, a martyr of the old religion. Yet you're using it as an ashtray.
I beg the witch lady's pardon. I'll blow off the ash.
A dangerous remark, sir. Don't you understand that to a sick brain which knows but can't help itself, you have profaned this room merely by entering it? Therefore you deserve to die?
Like the Bishop of Tours?
Exactly.
You're not going to tell me the devil killed him.
The devil's agent may be flesh and blood.
Then it was murder.
Of course it was murder. Murder so cunningly contrived that no one ever saw through it.
Go on.
I asked you before to use your detective wits on this problem. Incense was burned in this room. Why?
Suppose you tell me.
Obviously, I think to conceal something else which would be too easily noticed.
To conceal what?
The smell of chloroform.
Chloroform?
Yes. A drug not well understood by laymen. Dr. Solomon was using chloroform this afternoon to dispose of some dogs.
So I've heard.
Dr. Solomon is old and forgetful.
You mean chloroform could be stolen?
It could be, easily. Now suppose, just suppose, I take a pad saturated with chloroform. I place it over the mouth and nostrils of a man already sleeping, or drugged, so that he gets no other air.
Wait a minute. That won't do.
Why not?
Chloroform burns and blisters when it touches the skin. You'd leave marks.
Not at all, my friend. Not at all. If I first covered the mouth and nostrils with some substance, like
ointment.
You're waking up.
I...
Now observe what follows. In a few seconds, unconsciousness. In 2 minutes, 3 minutes,
certain death. Yes.
But chloroform, it evaporates. Delay your postmortem for 24 hours. It's a very easy matter in these country districts. And no trace remains in the blood. Murder without a mark, my friend. Murder without a mark.
There's just one thing you're forgetting, Count Corey.
What's that?
I'm not sleeping. And I'm not drugged.
Oh, yes. You are?
In the cigarette?
No. In the drink you had with me.
What was it?
Morphine. You've had enough to put 3 men to sleep. That's it. Try to get up.
I'll try. And I'll do it.
You've knocked over the fire island. You'd have been in the fire yourself if I hadn't caught you.
Take your hands off me.
Just as you please.
If I could reach that bell, pull...
You can't. Better sit down again.
You murdering lunatic. So that's how you killed the Bishop of Tours. And that's how you're going to kill me.
I? You don't think I killed the Bishop of Tours?
Didn't you?
You young fool. I'm not trying to kill you. I'm trying to save you. Dr. Solomon.
Yes, Monsieur Lecoq.
Come out from behind that secret door. Come out and be my witness.
Yes, monsieur. I shall always guard the family honor, even when I guess how men die.
This young man evidently thinks I've been talking about myself. Am I, in the popular parlance, mad?
Oh, heaven forbid, monsieur. I have never known a saner man.
Have you any notion, Mr. Whitefoot, why I brought you to this house? You would not have believed me if I had merely told you. So I had to bring you here and show you.
Show me?
What? Come out from there, please. Come out!
Ileana!
Why have I kept Ileana so well guarded from the world? Why, the fancy dress ball, did I object to the costume of a medieval witch? Whose dogs were poisoned so that chloroform should be brought? Who poured you a drink drugged with morphine.
In the devil's name! What are you trying to tell me?
Ileana. She has been hopelessly insane for more than 10 years.
And so ends my story, The Sleep of Death, a tale which may give uneasy moments to those of you who may be inclined to fall in love at first sight. Next week I shall tell you a story that many of you have asked me to tell again. It's the adventure of an easygoing, straightforward New York detective who followed a beautiful murder suspect to Port Said, the crossroads of crime, and who learned that duels are still fought with swords as well as with 38s. And so, next week, when I tell you this tale I call The Dancer from Stamboul, will you join me, Dr. Fabian, here in my cabin B13?
From Cabin B13, CBS has brought you another strange and sinister tale of mystery and murder, written by the world-famous best-selling author John Dickson Carr and directed by John Dietz. Arnold Moss is featured as Dr. Fabian, and in tonight's drama, Cliff Carpenter appeared as Ned Whiteford, Janice Gilbert played Ileana, and Peter Capell appeared as Count Corey. The music for Cabin B13 is especially composed and conducted by Alfredo Antonini. Join us again next week, same time, same station, for Dr. Fabian's tale, The Dancer from Stamboul. Just for fun, make a New Year's resolution to keep on listening to CBS on Sunday nights next year. Otherwise, you'll miss all the fun Jack Benny brings for next Sunday, January 2nd. Marks the day Jack moves here to CBS with all his crew, Mary Livingston, Bill Harris, Rochester, all the rest. From next Sunday on, the Jack Benny Show will come to you exclusively over these CBS stations. The time, 7 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Today, Germany protested sharply to the Czechoslovakian government regarding alleged frontier violations. This morning in Canton, China, Japanese bombers killed 600 and injured nearly 1,000 men, women, and children.
This afternoon, the British steamer Great End was bombed and sunk in Valencia Harbor.
Tonight, as millions of Americans prepare to celebrate Memorial Day, a day consecrated to the memory of our fallen heroes, the Columbia Workshop presents Bury the Dead.
Hey, Sergeant, they stink. Let's bury them in a hurry.
What do you think you smell like after you've been lying out dead in the hot sun for 2 days? The lily of the valley? Keep digging.
Hey, this is deep enough. What are we supposed to do, dig right down to hell and deliver them over freight hands?
The man's entitled to 6 feet of dirt over his face. We gotta show respect for the dead. Keep digging.
They stink. Bury them.
That's a fine way to talk in the presence of death.
Ah, come on. Let's put them away. What's the difference? They'll just be turned up anyway the next time the artillery wakes up.
All right. You're in such a hurry, put them in. Put them in neat there.
File them away alphabetically, boys. You may want to refer to them later.
Yeah, this one's just a kid.
Bury him. He stinks.
Come on. Let's pile the dirt in on him. Okay, boys. Shovel it in.
Hey, wait a minute. I heard a groan.
Shut up, soldier.
Stop it. I heard a groan.
What about it? Can you have a war without groans? Keep quiet.
Coming from down there in the grave. Hold it. Somebody down there groaned. Oh, my God.
He's alive.
Why the hell don't they get these things straight? Pull him out!
There. It came from there.
Another one.
I heard it.
Another one standing up in his grave. All of them. All 6 of them standing up in their grave. What do you want?
Don't bury it.
Hey, let's get out of here. Stay where you are. I'll shoot the place, man, no move.
Don't bury it. We don't want to be buried.
Hurry on, man. Hurry on, I said. Captain! Captain! Where the hell is the captain?
I'm getting
Don't go away.
Stay with us.
We want to hear the sound of men talking.
Don't be afraid of us. We're not really different from you. We're dead. That's all.
That's all. Are you afraid of 6 dead men? You who've lived with the dead, with so many dead, and eaten your bread by their side when there was no time to bury them, and you were hungry.
Are we different from you? An ounce of soul lead in our hearts, and none in yours. A small difference between us.
Tomorrow or the next day, the lead will be yours, too. Talk as our equal.
That's the kid. Say something to us. Forget the grave as we would forget it.
I'm not drunk, Captain. And I'm not crazy either. They just got up all together and looked at us. Look. Look for yourself, Captain. You see?
I see. I was expecting it to happen someday. So many men each day. It's too bad it had to happen in my company. Gentlemen, at ease. I'm only telling the generals what I saw.
You're not making this up, Captain?
No, General.
Have you any proof, Captain?
The 4 men in the burial detail and the sergeant, sir.
In time of war, Captain, men see strange things. Ghosts, for instance.
They weren't ghosts. They were men killed 2 days, standing in their graves and looking at me.
Captain, you're becoming trying.
I'm sorry, sir. It was a trying sight. I saw them. What are the generals going to do about it?
Don't stand there croaking. What are the generals going to do about it? Have them examined by a doctor. If they're alive, send them to a hospital. If they're dead, bury them. It's very simple.
Well, Doctor?
Yes, sir.
In your report here, you say that each of these 6 men is dead.
Yes, sir.
And I don't see what all this fuss is about, Captain. They're dead. Bury them.
I'm afraid, sir, that can't be done. They're standing in their graves. They refuse to be buried.
Do we have to go into that again? We have the doctor's report. They're dead. Aren't they, Doctor?
Yes, sir.
Then they aren't standing in their graves refusing to be buried, are they?
Yes, sir.
Doctor, would you know a dead man if you saw one?
The symptoms are easily recognized, sir.
We have witness certificates from a registered surgeon that these men are dead. Bury them. And waste no more time on it. You hear me, Captain?
Yes, sir. I'm afraid, sir, that I must refuse to bury these men.
That's insubordination,
I'm
sir.
sorry, sir. It's not within the line of my military duties to bury men against their will. If the general will only think for a moment, he'll see that this is impossible.
The captain's right. It might get back to Congress. God only knows what they'd make of it. What are we going to do then?
Captain, what do you suggest?
Stop the war.
Captain!
Hurry it up, Bart.
That's the story, Chief. Straight as a rifle barrel, so help me.
Listen, I've been running the newspaper longer than you've been shaving, and I never heard anything like it before.
Something new. Something's happening. Somebody's waking up.
It didn't happen.
Listen, I got it straight. Those guys just stood up in the grave and said, you can't bury us. So help me, it's true.
Get me McCready at the War Department. It's an awfully funny story.
It's the story of the year, the story of the century, the biggest story of all time. Men getting up with bullets in their hearts and refusing to be buried.
Who do they think they are? Hello, McCready. This is Henson of the New York. Yeah. Listen, McCready, I got this story about the 6 guys who refused to be... Yeah.
Okay, McCready, if that's the way the government feels about it.
Well, what does he say?
No.
Holy... But people got a right to know.
In time of war, people have a right to know nothing.
Gentlemen, I have been asked by the generals to talk to you. To talk to you not as your former captain, but as a friend. To talk to you man to man. My work is not this soldiering. I'm a philosopher, a scientist. My uniform is a pair of eyeglasses, my usual weapons, test tubes, and books. At a time like this, perhaps we need philosophy, need science. First, I must say that your general has ordered you to lie down.
We used to have a general. No more. They sold us.
What do you mean, sold you?
Sold us for 25 yards of bloody mud.
A life for 4 yards of bloody mud.
We had to take that hill. General's orders. Your soldiers, you understand?
We understand now. The real estate operations of generals are always carried on at boom prices.
A life for 4 yards of bloody mud. Gold is cheaper, and rare jewels, pearls and rubies.
I fell in the first yard. I caught on the wire. Hung there while the machine gun stitched me through the middle. I was there at the end and thought I had life in my hands for another day. But a shell came, and my life dripped into the mud.
Ask the general how he'd like to be dead at 20. 20, General! 20!
Other men are dead.
Too many.
Men must die for their country's sake. If not you, then others. This has always been. Men died for Pharaoh and Caesar and Rome 2,000 years ago and more, and went into the earth with their wounds. Why not you?
Men. Even the men who died for Pharaoh and Caesar and Rome must in the end, before all hope is gone, discover that a man can die happy and be contentedly buried only when he dies for himself or for a cause that is his own and not Pharaoh's or Caesar's or Rome's.
I see, General. Got any suggestions, Captain? Only one thing left to do now, General. Get their women. What good will their women do? The women will fight the General's battle for them in the best possible way through their emotions. It's the General's best bet.
Women, of course. Gad, you've got it there, Captain. Get out there, women. Get them in a hurry. We'll have those boys underground in a jiffy. Women! By Gad, I never thought of it. Send out the call for the women. Ladies, you are all Gold Star mothers, wives, and sweethearts. You want to win this war. I know it. Now here's your chance to do your part, a glorious part. You're fighting for your homes, your children, your sisters' lives, your country's honor. You are fighting for religion, for love, for all decent human life. Wars can be fought and won only when the dead are buried and forgotten. How can we forget the dead who refuse to be buried? We must forget them. There's no room in this world for dead men. They will lead only to the bitterest unhappiness for you, for them, for everybody. Go, ladies. Do your duty. Your country waits upon you.
Did it hurt much, John?
How's the kid, Beth?
Oh, he's fine. He talks now. He weighs 28 pounds. He'll be a big boy. Did it hurt much, John?
How's the phone? Is it going all right, Beth?
It's going. The rye was heavy this year. Did it hurt much, John?
What color do you have?
Blonde. Like you. What are you going to do, John?
I would like to see the kid, the farm.
They say you're dead, John.
I'm dead, all right.
Then how is it?
I don't know. Maybe there's too many of us under the ground now. Maybe the earth can't stand it no more. You gotta change crops sometime. What are you doing here, Bess?
They asked me to get you to let yourself be buried.
What do you think?
You're dead, John.
Well,
What's the good?
I don't know. Only there's something in me, dead or no dead, that won't let me be buried.
You were a queer man, John. I never did understand what you were about. But what's the good?
Bess, I never talked so that I could get you to understand what I wanted before. Maybe now. There's a couple of things, Bess, that I ain't had enough of. Easy things. Things like the fuzz of green over a field in spring, where you planted wheat and it started to come out overnight. Things like taking a cold drink of water out of the well after you've boiled in the sun all afternoon and feeling the water go down and down into you, cooling you off all through from the inside out. Things like seeing a blonde kid, all busy and serious, playing with a dog on the shady side of a house. There ain't nothing like that down here in the grave, Bess.
Everything has its place, John. Dead men have theirs.
My place is on the earth, Bess. My business is with the top of the earth, not the underside. There was a trap that yanked me down. I'm not smart, Bess, and I'm easy trapped. But I can tell now. I got some stories to tell farmers before I'm through. I'm going to tell them.
We could bury you home, John, near the creek. It's cool there and quiet, and there's always a breeze in the trees.
Later, Bess, when I have my fill of looking, smelling, and talking. A man should be able to walk into his grave, not be dragged into it.
How I feel. And the kid. With you walking around like that.
I won't bother you. I won't even come near you.
Well, even so, just knowing...
I can't help it. This is something bigger than you, bigger than me. It's something I ain't had nothing to do with starting. Out of the earth like a weed, a flower. Pay for it.
You were a good husband, John. For the kid and me. Won't you let me bury you?
Go home, Beth. Go home.
Let me see your face, son.
You don't want to see it, Mom.
My baby's face. One before you.
You don't want to see it, Mom, I know. Didn't they tell you what happened to me?
I asked the doctor. He said a piece of shell hit the side of your head, but even so...
Don't ask to see it, Mom.
Baby, listen to me. I'm your mother. Let them bury you. There's something peaceful and done about a grave.
I was only 20, Mom. I hadn't done anything. I hadn't seen anything. I never even had a girl. I spent 20 years practicing to be a man. And then they killed me. Oh, being a kid's no good, Mom. You try to get over it as soon as you can. You don't really live while you're a kid. You mark time, waiting. I waited, Mom. But then I got cheated. They made a speech and played a trumpet, dressed me in a uniform, and then they killed me.
Oh, baby. Baby, there's no peace this way. Please, let them bury you.
No, Mom.
Then once, now, so as I can remember, let me see your face, my baby's face.
Mom, the shell hit close to me. You don't want to look at a man when a shell hits close to him.
Let me see your face, Jimmy.
All right, Mom. Look.
I'm looking for my brother. He's dead. Are you my brother?
No.
I'm looking for my brother. My name is Catherine Driscoll.
No.
Are you my... I'm looking for my brother. My name is Catherine Driscoll. His name
I'm
is...
Tom Driscoll.
Oh, hello. I don't know you. After 15 years and...
What do you want, Catherine?
You don't know me either, do you?
No.
It's funny. I'm coming here to talk to a dead man. To try to get him to do something because once long ago he was my brother. They talked me into it. I don't know how to begin.
You'll be wasting your words, Catherine.
They should have asked someone nearer to you. Someone who loved you. Only they couldn't find anybody. I was the nearest, they said.
That's so. You were the nearest.
And I, 15 years away. Poor Tom. It couldn't have been a sweet life you led those 15 years.
It wasn't.
You were poor, too.
Sometimes I begged for meals. I wasn't lucky.
And yet you want to go back. Is there no more sense in the dead, Tom, than in the living?
Maybe not. Maybe there's no sense in either living or dying. But we can't believe that.
You're dead. Your fight's over.
The fight's never over. I got things to say to people now. To people who nurse big machines. The people who swing shovels and the people whose babies die with big bellies and rotten bones. I got things to say to the people who leave their lives behind them and pick up guns to fight in somebody else's wars. Important things, big things. Big enough to lift me out of the grave right back under the earth, into the middle of men, just because I got the voice to say to them, if God could lift Jesus...
Tom, have you lost religion, too?
I got a religion. I got a religion that wants to take heaven out of the clouds and plant it right here on the earth, where some of us can get a slice of it. It isn't as pretty as heaven. There aren't any streets of gold and there aren't any angels. And we'd have to worry about sewerage and railroad schedules in it. And we don't guarantee everybody'd be happy in it. But it'd be right here, stuck in the mud of this earth. And there wouldn't be any entrance requirements like dying to get into it. Dead or alive, I see that. And it won't let me rest. I was the first one to get up in this black grave of ours because that idea wouldn't let me rest. I pulled the others with me. That's my job, pulling the others. They only know what they want. I know how they can get it.
There's still the edge of arrogance on you.
I got heaven in my two hands to give to men. There's reason for arrogance.
I came to ask you to lie down and let them bury you. It seems foolish now, but...
It's foolish, Catherine. I didn't get up from the dead to go back to the dead. I'm going to the living now.
15 years. It's a good thing your mother isn't alive. How can you say goodbye to a dead brother, Tom?
Wish him an easy grave, Catherine.
A green and pleasant grave to you, Tom, when finally, green and pleasant.
Well, say something.
What do you want me to say, Martha?
Something, anything. Only talk. You give me the shivers standing there like that. Looking like that.
Even now, after this, there's nothing that we can talk to each other about.
Oh, don't talk like that. You talked like that enough when you were alive. It's not my fault that you're dead.
All right, Martha. What's the difference now?
Well, I just wanted to let you know. Now I suppose you're going to come back and sit around and ruin my life altogether.
No, I'm not going to come back.
Then what are you...
I couldn't explain it to you, Martha.
No. Oh, no, you couldn't explain it to your wife. But you could explain it to that dirty bunch of loafers down at that old garage of yours. And you could explain it to those bums in the saloon on F Street.
I guess I could. Things seemed to be clearer when I was talking to the boys when I worked over a job. And I managed to talk so people could get to understand what I meant down at the saloon on F Street. It was nice standing there on Saturday night, the beer in front of you, and a man or two that understood your own language next to you, talking, about Babe Ruth, or the new oiling system that Ford was putting out, or the chances of us getting into the war.
Yes, you were happy those times. But you weren't happy in your own home. Oh, I know, even if you don't say it. Well, I wasn't happy either. Living in 3 rotten rooms that the sun didn't hit 5 times a year. Watching the roaches make picnics on the walls. Happy.
I did my best.
$18.50 a week. Your best. $18.50. Condensed milk. A $2 pair of shoes once a year. $500 insurance. Chopped meat. Oh, how I hate chopped meat. $18.50. Being afraid of everything. Of the landlord, the gas company. Dead stiff all the time and getting nothing out of life. Why shouldn't I have had a baby? Who says I shouldn't have had a baby? $18.50? No baby.
I would have liked a kid.
Would you? You never said anything.
It's good to have a kid. Kid's somebody to talk to.
First, in the beginning, I thought we'd have a kid someday.
A kid would have helped.
Oh, no, it wouldn't. Kids don't help the poor. Nothing helps the poor. Oh, no, I'm too smart to have 6 dirty kids on $18.50. Now it's worse. You're $20 a month. You hire yourself out to be killed, and I get $20 a month. What's the war to me that I have to sit home alone at night with nobody to talk to? What's the war to you that you had to go off and get yourself...
That's why I'm standing up now, Martha.
Yeah, that's just like you. To wait until it's too late. There's plenty for live men to stand up for. All right, stand up. It's about time you talk back. It's about time all you poor, miserable 1850 guys stood up for themselves and their wives and the kids they can't have. Tell them all to stand up. Tell them! Tell them!
It didn't work. Now you've got to put it in. I knew it would work. Smear it over the headlines. It didn't work.
Put it in the headlines. They won't be buried. It didn't work, extra. It didn't work, didn't work. They're still standing. Somebody do something.
Sure, they're standing. From now on, they'll always stand. You can't bury soldiers anymore.
They stink. Bury them. What'll happen to our war? We can't let anything happen to our war.
The day of judgment is at hand.
File them away in alphabetical order.
Keep it quiet.
My husband, my brother, my baby.
We've got to put them down. Never, never, never. You can't put them down. Put one down and 10 will spring up like weeds in an old garden.
Use lead on them. Lead put them down once, then it'll do it again. Bury them. Bury the dead.
The dead have arisen. Now let the living rise, singing.
Do something. Do something.
Extra! They're still standing. Here you are.
Do something. This isn't 1918. This is today.
See what happens tomorrow.
Anything can happen now. Anything.
Let me have a machine gun. Sergeant, machine gun. I'll show them. This is what they've needed. All right. Get it over with. Hurry. But keep it quiet. I want a crew to man this gun. Now you, come over here. And you know what to do. I'll get the command to fire. Not to me, you won't. This is over me. I won't touch that gun. None of us will. We didn't hire out to be no butcher of dead men. Do your own chopping. You'll be court-martialed. You'll be dead by tomorrow morning. Be careful, General. I may take a notion to come up like these guys. That's the smartest thing I've seen in this whole war, and I like it. What do you say, buddy?
It's about time.
I'll say it is. What, you insubordinate... Oh, stop it. It's bad enough as it is. Let him alone. Do it yourself. All by myself? Yes, go ahead. Do it. All right. As soon as I get this gun to working.
Never. Let me see your face, baby.
Oh, you remember the glass of beer with a couple of bums on Saturday night.
A green and pleasant grave. Did it hurt much, John?
4 yards of bloody mud.
I fell in the first yard.
Never, never, never.
Tell them all to stand up. Tell them! Tell them!
General, look. They're coming out of the grave. They're coming toward us. Think of us there! Fire! Fire, you bloody fool! No good. Doesn't stop them. Nothing will stop them. You killed them once. You can't kill them again. Think of us there! Keep on firing. Don't stop! Keep firing! The others, the living men, they're falling in behind them. Stop them! Stop them! You can't stop them. That's right, General. Once they started, you can never stop them. Nothing can stop them now.
You have just heard the Columbia Workshop's production of the famous American war play, Bury the Dead, by Irwin Shaw. Bury the Dead was adapted for radio and directed by William N. Robeson. Next week, the Workshop will present an experiment in native rhythms in its production of Trunga Man Fine Ga, a radio play of British West Africa, written and directed by John Carlyle. In this production, native African drummers will present for the first time a demonstration of their talking drums, the most primitive form of wireless communication. Trunga Man Fine Ga, which means strong man, fine girl, will be heard next week at this same time, 7:30 p.m. Eastern Daylight Saving Time. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Daniel Webster! Daniel Webster! Neighbor, how stands the Union? The nation stands as she stood, rock-bottomed and copper-sheathed, one and indivisible. Oh, fierce!
The Columbia Workshop presents The Devil and Daniel Webster by Stephen Vincent Benet. Daniel Webster was the biggest man in the country. He never got to be president, but he was the biggest man. A man with a mouth like a mastiff, a brow like a mountain, and eyes like burning anthracite. That was Daniel Webster in his prime. And the biggest case he ever argued never got written down in the books, for he argued it against the devil. Nip and tuck and no holds barred. And this is the way we used to hear it told.
Jabez? Jabez! Jabez!
What is it?
What are you sitting there for, Jabez?
Come nearer. Ain't no use for a lot of hollering.
I seen you from the kitchen window, Jabez Stone, sitting out here doing nothing. And you with all this plowing to do. What ails you, man?
Oh, I'm plumb sick of the whole business. That's what I am.
What's the matter now?
Whoa, there, Daisy, whoa. Why, I just broke the plowshare on a rock. Rock that I swear wasn't there yesterday.
Well, now, Jabez, there's no use carrying on.
And then as I was fixing to look at the plowshare, the off-horse begun to cough. That ropey kind of cough that means sickness in the horse doctors.
I got my own troubles to worry about. What with two of the children down with measles, and me none too strong myself.
Well, I'm sick and tired of the whole business. Everything goes wrong all the time.
Now stop this, Jabez Stone. Why, you've got good land and a good farm.
Yeah, but it don't prosper me. If I plant corn, I get borers. If I plant potatoes, I get blight.
Well, there's no use to go taking on so, Jabez, just because your old plow got broke on a rock. Stones crop up in other folks' fields.
Yeah, and boulders crop up in mine. I'm the unluckiest man in the whole state of New Hampshire.
Now, Jabez, there's some folks bound to be like that. Unlucky.
Well, this is the last straw. I vow it's enough to make a man want to sell his soul to the devil.
Jabez Stone.
I would, too, for 2 cents.
Shame on you. Notice is always taken of things like that, Jabez.
You'd better take that back.
I want. For 2 cents and a change of luck, I'd sell my soul to the devil.
Then I'm scared for you, Jabez Stone, and for us all. Sooner or later, just like the good book says, notice is always taken of things like that.
There's a man to see outside. Who is it, boy? I don't know. I've never seen him before.
Well, tell him we're at supper and ask him in, son.
He said he couldn't come in. He wants to see you outside, Pa. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Keep my soup warm for me, Matty. I'll be right back. I think.
What's he look like, Thomas? A stranger?
Kind of queer-like. He smiles all the time. His teeth are awful white. Kind of pointed, too, and sharp.
How's he dressed?
All in black. Looks like a city fella with a black hat, too, and pointed whiskers. Got a nice, smart buggy, though. Shiny and brand new looking. And, Ma, the funniest thing, when he drove up in the yard, the dog took one look at him and run away howling, with his tail between his legs. Never mind about the soup, Matty. It's a lawyer fella. Come see me about a legacy. I and him is going to talk over some business outside.
Well, better take a lantern with you then, Jabez. Ain't it dark out there?
I ain't afraid.
Don't be stubborn, man. Take a lantern.
All right now, stranger. Where do we go?
Well, we'll just walk down around behind the barn and make our little bargain, shall we, Jabez Stone?
Anyway, as you say. I ain't afraid.
Oh, it's a nice farm you've got here, Jabez.
I'll take now.
But it will be after our little deal. Is that what you mean?
That's up to you. Things couldn't be worse than the way they have been.
So you're willing to do anything to change your luck. Is that it?
Yeah.
Even to selling your soul?
I said it, didn't I?
Yes, I heard you this morning. Your good wife was right. Notice is always taken sooner or later. Just like the good book says.
Yeah. I knew you was coming.
Well, then, here I am. And now for the papers. Now, just sign your name here, Jabez Stone, nice and plain like.
What's the terms?
Oh, yes, the terms. Why, for 7 years, you'll prosper and grow rich. At the end of which time, I come to collect.
Collect what?
Why, your soul, Jabez Stone. Your immortal soul.
Give me the pen.
Not so fast. You must prick your finger to sign. Give me your hand, Jabez.
Yeah. No, I'll just hold it up.
Any way you say, Jabez. Then I prick your finger with this little silver pin. So. Did it hurt? Now, don't worry about that wound, Jabez. It'll heal quick and clean, but you'll have a nice little white scar. Just to remind you.
I won't need to be reminded.
You might, Jabez. You might. And now, you're ready to sign. You can write, I take it.
Give me the paper.
That's right. Mighty pretty hand, too.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be going.
And I'll be going too, Jabez. Our deal and bargain is made, but I'll be back after the 7th year. Meantime, you'll be having very good luck. Oh, yes, I'll see to that.
After that, all of a sudden, things began to pick up and prosper for Jabez Stone. His cows got fat and his horses sleek. His crops were the envy of the neighborhood, and lightning might strike all over the neighborhood, but it wouldn't strike his barn. Pretty soon, he was one of the prosperous people of the country. They asked him to stand for selectman, and he stood for it. There began to be talk of running him for state senate. All in all, you might say the Stone family was as happy and contented as cats in a dairy. And so they were, except for Jabez Stone.
Hold it easy. Not so fast, Dandelion. Now, get him.
Hello there, neighbor.
Whoa, Daddy, whoa, Dandelion, whoa.
I say, hello, neighbor.
Don't call me neighbor.
What are you staring at? Oh, it's my boots that seem to fascinate you, eh? Well, they're the very best money can buy.
I don't like them.
Why not? Too shiny for your taste?
I don't like the looks of the toes. There ain't any.
Why, that shouldn't worry you, Jabez. No more than that little white scar on your finger there. Why, it hasn't worried you, has it, Mr. Stone?
Oh, I've been contented enough. First few years, anyway.
I dare say.
It's a great thing when bad luck turns. Drives most other things out of your head.
But there's always that little white scar to remind you.
Say, listen here, mister. Ain't you a year early?
Yes, I am. There's one more year to go before the 7 are up, but I just dropped in for a friendly call, so to speak, to see how things are going.
Well, if there's still a year to go before you collect, then would you mind just getting out?
Mr. Stone, you're a hummer. You know, it's a very pretty property you've got here, Mr. Stone.
Some might favor it, others might not.
No need to belittle your industry. After all, we know what's been done, and it's all been according to contract and specifications. So when the mortgage falls due next year, you shouldn't have any regrets.
Speaking of that mortgage, mister, I'm beginning to have one or two doubts about it.
Doubts?
Yes. This being the USA, me always having been a religious man, yes, I'm beginning to have considerable doubts as to that mortgage, as to it holding in court.
Oh, well, if you're in doubt, Jabez, let's have a look at the original document. Let's see, Sherwin, Slater, Stevens, Stone. Here it is. I, Jabez Stone, for a term of 7 years. Why, it's quite in order, I think.
Neighbor Stone. What's that? That little white moth. It's crying.
Neighbor Stone.
It sounds like Miser Stevens.
Neighbor Stone, help me. For God's sake, help me.
That come out of your pocketbook. What's that in your handkerchief?
Oh, that little moth? Oh, never mind. It's caught again. There, now I'll tie up the ends of the bandana. So. And you won't be troubled anymore. I'm sorry for the interruption. Now, as I was saying...
Hold on. That was Miser Stevens' voice. And you've got him in your handkerchief.
It was very careless of me, but you know, these little contretemps will occur.
I don't know what you mean by contretemps. That was Miser Stevens' voice. He ain't dead. He ain't dead, you can tell me he is. He was just as spry and mean as a woodchuck Tuesday.
In the midst of life, as they say. Listen. You hear? There it is now, tolling for Miser Stevens, as you call him. And he is dead. And so it goes, these long-standing accounts. One really hates to close them, but business is business.
Are they all as small as that? As that little white moth I saw? Small?
Oh, yes, I see what you mean. Why, they vary. But don't worry, Mr. Stone. You'll go with a very good grade. Now, a man like Daniel Webster, well, we'd have to build a special box for him. And even at that, I imagine the wing spread would astonish you. But in your case, as I was saying...
Put that handkerchief away!
All right, if it annoys you. I'll put it away for a year. I'll see you again 1 year from now, Jabez Stone.
Until you've made a bargain like that, you've no idea how fast a year can run. It seemed like it was only a week before the time was up, till finally Jabez Stone couldn't stand it any longer. And in the last evening of the year, he hitches up his horse and drives off to see Daniel Webster. For Daniel was born in New Hampshire, and it's well known that he has a particular soft spot for old neighbors.
Well, that's the story then, Mr. Webster, and ashamed I am to tell it. But it had to be told to someone, and who else should it be but you?
Well, I haven't pleaded a mortgage case in a long time. I don't generally plead now, except before the Supreme Court, but if I can, I'll help you.
Then I got hope for the first time in 7 years. Oh, it's been awful. Been awful. The name of Jabez Stone has become known all over the state. I've been that prosperous. Why, there's talk of running me for governor. And I tell you, it's dust and ashes in my mouth.
You certainly have given yourself the devil's own road to hoe, neighbor Stone, but I'll take your case.
You'll take it?
Yes, I'll take it. I've been working up some speeches to make against John C. Calhoun, and I've got 75 other things to do and the Missouri Compromise to straighten out, but I'll take your case. For if 2 New Hampshire men aren't a match for the devil, we might as well give the country back to the Indians. When is he coming?
Tonight.
Where?
At midnight at my house.
And we've no time to waste. You came here in a hurry yourself, didn't you?
Well, I admit I made time.
You'll go back faster. Wilbur, hitch up Constitution and Constellation to the carriage. They're a pair of matched grays, Mr. Stone.
and they stepped like greased lightning.
No, I won't. Not these two. I like doing things full tilt, and so do they. Put iron in your veins. Oh, there goes my head. What do you care? It isn't your soul, Jimmy. We've still got that.
I'm still out of breath from that ride, Mr. Webster.
Oh, you'll recover, Neighbor Stone. Take a drink, man, while we're waiting for our friend to appear. There's no better company than a jug.
He'll be here soon.
Your clock says only 11:30.
Oh, Mr. Webster, harness your horses and get away from this place just as fast as you can.
You brought me a long way, neighbor, to tell me you don't like my company.
Miserable wretch that I am, I brought you a devilish way. But now I see my folly. Let him take me if he wills. But you're the Union's strength and New Hampshire's pride. He mustn't get you, Mr. Webster. He mustn't get you.
I'm obliged to you, Neighbor Stone. But there's a jug on the table and a case in hand. And I never let a jug or a case half finished in my life. Oh, I thought your clock was a trifle slow. Come in.
Mr. Webster, I presume.
Attorney Record for J.B. Stone. Might I ask your name?
Well, I've gone by a good many, but perhaps Scratch will do for the evening. Mr. Scratch. That's usually my name in these regions. You know the object of my errand, Mr. Webster.
I do.
Then I shall call upon you as a law-abiding citizen to assist me in taking possession of my property.
That is the nature of my errand here, too, this evening, Scratch. You shall not have this man.
What about my contract?
I have seen no contract.
And here it is. Here's the deed, and see. Here's the signature.
What will you take for that deed, just as it stands?
I'll take what I came for. The soul of Jabez Stone.
This deed was made out some time ago when the property was worth so much less. It can't hold now.
But it does.
Jabez Stone is no longer a poor farmer. The property has increased in value, and Jabez is now he's a state senator, and a state senator ought to be worth more.
I've nothing to do with oughts and should-bes. I'm surprised at you, Daniel Webster. Stick to the letter of the law.
I tell you, shall not have this man's soul, do you hear me?
A spirited effort on behalf of your client do you credit, Mr. Webster, but if you have no more argument to adduce, I'm rather pressed for time.
Pressed or not, you shall not have this man. Mr. Stone is an American citizen, and no American citizen may be forced into the service of a foreign prince. We fought England for that in 1812, and we'll fight all hell for it again.
Foreign? And who calls me a foreigner?
I never yet heard of the devil claiming American citizenship.
No? And who with better right? When the first wrong was done to the first Indian, I was there. When the first slave ship put out for the Congo, I stood on her deck. Am I not in your books and stories and beliefs from the first settlements on? Am I not spoken of still in every church in New England? Yes, 'tis true the North claims me for a Southerner and the South for a Northerner, but I'm neither. I'm merely an honest man like yourself, Mr. Webster, and of the very best descent. For to tell the truth, though I don't like to boast of it, my name is older in this country than yours.
Oh, well then, I stand on the Constitution. I demand a trial for my client.
Oh, the case is hardly one for an ordinary court, and indeed the lateness of the hour...
Let it be any court you choose, so long as it's an American judge and an American jury. Let it be the quick or the dead. I'll abide the issue.
Very well. You have said it.
In heaven's name, who comes by so late? Who are these men?
The jury Mr. Webster has asked for. You must pardon the rough appearance of one or two. They've come a very long way.
You know them?
It's plain who they are. Men who have long since sold themselves to the devil. So there's Walter Butler, the loyalist, who spread fire and horror through the Mohawk Valley. And there is Simon Dirty, the renegade, who had white men burned at the stake.
Look. His eyes is green. And the stains of blood on his shirt.
Yes, King Philip, with the great gash in his head that gave him his death wound. And cruel Governor Dale, who broke men on the wheel. There's Morton of Merrymount, who vexed the Plymouth colony with his hate of the godly. And look there, Treach, the bloody pirate with his black beard curling on his breast. And see here. Here comes Reverend John Smeet with his strangler's hands, walking as daintily as he did to the gallows.
Look. The red print of the rope is still around his neck.
Yes. Scratch has told the truth. They've all played a part in America.
Are you satisfied with the jury, Mr. Webster?
Quite satisfied. Though I miss General Arnold from the company.
Benedict Arnold is engaged upon other business. Oh, and you asked for a justice, I believe. Here he is. Justice Hathorne is a jurist of experience. He presided at certain witch trials once held in Salem. There were others who repented of the business later, but not he.
Repent of such notable wonders and undertakings? Nay, hang them all.
Mr. Webster, that can't be the judge, can it?
Silence! The court is in order. Let the defendant take the stand.
No, I can't. Look at that man there and there.
Order! What is the matter with the witness?
He is afraid of the jury, Your Honor.
Then he'll have small chance if he's afraid of the jury at the start.
May I speak for him, sir?
Say on. We have other business yet to do this night.
The case is this, then, Your Honor. My poor neighbor here...
Object.
Objection sustained.
The man, J.B. Stone, then, who happens to be my good neighbor...
Objection sustained.
This man is supposed to have sold his soul to the devil.
I object.
Objection sustained.
Sold his soul to Mr. Scratch for a period of 7 good luck years. Now, those 7 years are up, and this gentleman here in black has come to collect. My client is unwilling, naturally, to give up his soul, for giving up his soul seems to him, as it does to me, an act completely outside the jurisdiction of this court, and thoroughly despicable besides.
I object.
Objection sustained.
That, then, is the case before the court. The defense rests for a moment.
Very well. What is your argument, Scratch?
Simply this. I overheard this man, J.B. Stone, standing in the fields, cursing his fate.
I object.
Objection denied.
Cursing his fate because he had broken his plowshare on a rock. I heard him burst into tears and say, I vow for 2 cents...
I object.
Objection denied.
For 2 cents, he vowed, or a change of luck, I'd gladly sell my soul.
Objection denied.
So, naturally, I, being in the business, so to speak, called at his house that night, and the bargain was made. It was sealed and signed. And if J.B. Stone denies that his signature is affixed to this paper, then let him show the jury the little white scar on his finger, if he dares.
Objection denied.
Following the night of our bargain, J.B. Stone began to prosper, all as I had promised. Now, the term of our contract is finished. The 7th year is ended tonight, and I have come to collect. All according to contract.
Collect what? Say it in words.
His soul.
I object. Objection denied. Everything seems quite in order as far as I can see. Have you anything further to say, Mr. Webster, before we turn the case over to the jury?
I would like to say a few words, Your Honor. Not for the sake of neighbor Stone, nor for my own sake. No, nor in argument or reply to Scratch here. But merely because the night seems good to me. Gentlemen, can you remember recently, for some of you, far, far back for others? Can you remember the freshness of a fine morning when you were young? And the taste of food when you were hungry? And the new day that's every day when you're a child? I'd like to feel these things again. And so, too, I think, would you. They are good things for any man. But without freedom, they sicken. Slavery, the loss of your soul, how the very thought revolts the heart. Who is here so base that would be a bondman? If any, speak, or him have I offended? If a man was a man, you'd know it. But because we forget this, sorrows, failures, meannesses, loneliness, persecutions beset him along the endless journey of mankind. He gets tricked and trapped and bamboozled all along the way. But it's a great journey. And no devil that was ever sired can know the inwardness of it. It takes a man to do that. I wish sometimes that I were clairvoyant, gentlemen. I would like to be able to put myself inside each man here and feel what part of the past and what native ground that man loves and clings to. But whatever it is a part of your life. No man else's. Your life that was dear to you and that was lived as you cared to live it. You could rush headlong to destruction as you chose, or till the field in bland contentment. Good or bad, your life was dear to you. Why? Because your soul was your own, and nobody was its master but yourself. It seems we have been talking about the soul a great deal tonight, gentlemen.
But not much. Not really much when you consider some things. For instance, I think it is a significant fact that the poet Shakespeare mentions the body 241 times, whereas he alludes to the soul 541 times. In other words, the word soul occurs in Shakespeare's plays exactly 300 times more than the word body, or more than twice as often. Furthermore, when the good bard does mention the body, it is nearly always a dead body that he's referring to. But as the soul, gentlemen, do I or Shakespeare need to remind you how living the soul is, how eternally alive? The very words immortal and soul go together. Oh, my mortal soul. Or to leave the realm of literature for a moment and come back to earth where we belong. What about this, gentlemen? When we hear our good New Hampshire housewife exclaim, oh, my soul and body, which one of the two does she mention first? And why? Gentlemen, I don't care what you or anyone else might wish to do with neighbor Stone's life, but whatever you do, you cannot harm, you cannot touch his soul. Even death cannot do what Mr. Scratch here presumes to do tonight. Say what you will, the soul shall be triumphant. Imperious Caesar, dead and turned to clay, might stop a hole to keep the wind away. But his soul, gentlemen, his soul ranges the world as long as the world shall last, or time itself, or your immortal soul. Defense rests.
The jury will retire to consider its verdict.
Your Honor, I don't think we need to retire. The jury, I'm sure, has considered its verdict. We find for the defendant, Jabez Stone.
Perhaps it's not strictly in accordance with the evidence, but even the damned may salute the eloquence of Mr. Webster.
Gone, just as they should at cockcrow. And now we're alone again, we three.
So we are, Scratch, so we are.
My congratulations, Mr. Webster.
I'll have
two gentlemen.
that paper first, if you please. Now, I'll have you.
Come, Mr. Webster, this is sort of thing ridiculous.
Now you sit right down at that table and draw up a document promising never to bother Jabez Stone, nor his heirs, nor assigns, nor any other New Hampshireman till doomsday. For any hell we might want to raise in this state, we can raise ourselves without assistance from strangers.
Out! I am free!
Feeling better now, neighbor Stone?
I can't even speak.
How about it, Scratch?
There it is, Mr. Webster. Proper and legal, and now, may I go?
Go? What can you do for me before I kick you out?
Well, I'm not a talented man like yourself, Mr. Webster, but, well, I could tell you a fortune for you.
I don't take much stock in fortune-telling ordinarily, but it pleases me to listen. Here's my hand. No tricks now.
You have an interesting palm, Mr. Webster. But the future's not as you think it. It's dark. You have great ambitions.
I have.
It almost seems within your grasp, but you will not attain it. Lesser men will be made president, and you will be passed over.
And if I am, I'll still be Daniel Webster. Say on.
You have two strong sons. You look to found a line, but each will die in war, and neither reach greatness.
Live or die, they are still my sons. Say on.
You have made great speeches. You will make more. But the last great speech you make will turn many of your own against you. Even in New England, some will say you have turned your coat and sold your country, and their voices will be loud against you till you die.
One question. I have fought for the Union all my life. Will I see that fight won against those who would tear it apart?
Not while you live. But it will be won. And after you're dead, there are thousands who will fight for your cause because of words that you spoke.
Why then, you long-barreled, slab-sided, lantern-jawed, fortune-telling note-shaver, be off with you to your own place before I put my mark on you. Over the 13 original colonies, I'll go to the pit itself to save the Union. Ow! And now let's see what's left in the jug. For it's dry work talking all night. I hope there's pie for breakfast, neighbor Stone.
And they say that whenever the devil comes near this town of Marshfield, even now, he gives it a wide berth. And he hasn't been seen in the state of New Hampshire from that day to this. Other states, maybe, but not New Hampshire. You have just heard a performance of Stephen Vincent Benet's story, The Devil and Daniel Webster, dramatized for radio by Charles R. Jackson and produced by the Columbia Workshop under the direction of Earl McGill. The music was conducted by Bernard Herrmann. This performance tonight marks the last workshop production of the summer schedule. The Columbia Workshop will be resumed in the early fall.
The Columbia Workshop. Tonight we present two new poems by two well-known contemporary American poets, Stephen Vincent Benet and E.B. White. These poems speak with a special intimacy and significance to those who have known the impact of events in this day. Mr. Benet's work, heard first, is called Nightmare at Noon. It was originally published in the New York Times Magazine on June 23rd. Here is Nightmare at Noon by Stephen Vincent Benet, spoken by Martin Gable.
There are no trenches dug in the park. Not yet. There are no soldiers falling out of the sky. It's a fine, clear day in the park. It's bright and hot. The tree. It's a fine, clear day in the park. It's bright and hot. The trees are in full green, summer heavy leaf. An airplane drones overhead, but no one's afraid. There's no reason to be afraid in a fine, big city that was not built for a war. There is time and time. There was time in Norway and time. And the thing fell. When they woke, they saw the planes with the black crosses. When they woke, they heard the guns rolling in the street. They could not believe it at first. It was hard to believe. They had been friendly and thriving and inventive. They had had good arts, decent living, peace for years. Those were not enough, it seems. There were people there who wrote books and painted pictures, worked, came home tired, liked to be let alone. They made fun of the strut and the stamp and the strained salute. They made fun of the would-be Caesars who howl and foam. That was not enough, it seems. It was not enough. When they woke, they saw the plains with the black crosses. There is grass in the park. There are children on the long meadow, watched by some hot, peaceful nuns. Where the ducks are fed, there are black children and white, and the anxious teachers who keep counting them like chickens. It's quite a job to take so many school kids out to the park. But when they've eaten their picnic, they'll go home. And they could have better homes in a rich city. But they won't be sent to Kansas or Michigan at 24 hours' notice. Dazed, bewildered, clutching their broken toys. Hundreds on hundreds filling the blacked-out trains just to keep them safe. Just so they may live, not die. Just so there's one chance that they may not die but live. That does not enter our thoughts. There's plenty of time. In Holland, one hears, some children were less lucky. It was hard to send them anywhere in Holland. It's a small country, you see. The thing happened quickly. The bombs from the sky are quite indifferent to children. The machine gunners do not distinguish. In Rotterdam, 1/4 of the city was blown to bits. That included, naturally, ordinary buildings with the usual furnishings, such as cats and children. It was an old, peaceful city, Rotterdam. Clean, tidy, full of flowers. But that was not enough, it seems. It was not enough to keep all the children safe. It was ended in a week. And the freedom ended. There's no air raid siren yet in the park. All the glass still stands in the windows around the park. The man on the bench is reading a Yiddish paper. He will not be shot because of that. Oddly enough. He will not even be beaten or imprisoned. Not yet. Not yet. You can be a Finn or a Dane and an American. You can be German or French and an American. Jew, bohunk, nigger, Mick, all the dirty names we call each other, and yet American. We've stuck to that quite a while. Go into Joe's diner and try to tell the truckers you belong to a master race, and you'll get a laugh. What's that, brother? Double talk? I'm a stranger here myself, but it's a free country. It's a free country. Oh, yes. I know the faults on the other side. The lyncher's rope, the bought justice, the wasted land, the scale on the leaf, the borers in the corn, the finks with their clubs, the gray sky of relief, all the long shame of our hearts and the long disunion. I'm merely remarking. As a country, we try. As a country, I think we try. They tried in Spain, but the tanks and the planes won out. They fought very well and long. They fought to be free, but it seems that was not enough. They did not have the equipment, so they lost. They tried in Finland. The resistance was shrewd, skillful, intelligent, waged by a free folk. That resistance is now ended. We're slow to wake. Good-natured as a country. It is our fault and our virtue. We like to raise a man to the highest power and then throw bricks at him. We don't like war, and we like to speak our minds. We're used to speaking our minds. There are certain words, our own and others, we're used to. Words we've used, heard, had to recite, forgotten, rubbed shiny in the pocket, left home for keepsakes, inherited, stuck away in the back drawer, in the locked trunk, at the back of the quiet mind. Liberty, equality, fraternity. To none will we sell, refuse, or deny right or justice. We hold these truths to be self-evident. I'm merely saying, what if these words pass? What if they pass and are gone and are no more? Eviscerated, blotted out of the world. We're used to them. So used that we half forget. The way you forget the looks of your own house, and yet you can walk around it in the darkness. You can't put a price on sunlight or the air. You can't put a price on these. So they must be easy. They were bought with belief and passion at great cost. They were bought with the bitter and anonymous blood of farmers, teachers, shoemakers, and fools who broke the old rule and the pride of kings. And some never saw the end. And many were weary, some doubtful, many confused. They were bought by the ragged boys at Valmy Mill, the yokels at Lexington with the long light guns and the dry New England faces, the iron barons writing a charter out for their own iron advantage. Not the people, yet the people got it into their hands and marked it with their own sweat. It took long to buy these words. It took a long time to buy them, and much pain. Thenceforward and forever free. Thenceforward and forever free. No man may be bound or fined or slain till he's been judged by his peers to form a more perfect union. The others have their words, too. And strong words. Strong as the tanks, explosive as the bombs. The state is all worship the state. The leader is all worship the leader. Strength is all worship strength. Worship, bow down or die. I shall go back through the park to my safe house. This is not London or Paris. This is the high, bright city. The lucky place. The place that always had time. The boys in their shirt sleeves here. The big, flowering girls. The bicycle riders, the kids with the model planes. The lovers who lie on the grass, uncaring of eyes, as if they lay on an island out of time. The tough kids squirting the water at the fountain, whistled at by the cop. The dopes who write Jimmy's a dope on the tunnel walls, they're all quite safe. Nothing will happen to them. Nothing will happen. Of course. Go tell Frank the Yanks aren't coming in Union Square. Go tell the new broker story about the president, whatever it is. That's going to help a lot. There's time to drink your highball. Plenty of time. Go tell fire it only burns in another country. Go tell the bombers this is the wrong address. The hurricane to pass on the other side. Go tell the earthquake it must not shake the ground. The bell has rung in the night, and the air quakes with it. I shall not sleep tonight when I hear the plane.
That was Stephen Vincent Benet's poem, Nightmare at Noon. The Columbia Workshop presents the second poem, Radio in the Rain, by E.B. White. American readers know Mr. White best for his light verse. At present, he writes a regular department for Harper's Magazine, and the following work appeared in Harper's July issue, Radio in the Rain by E.B. White.
Sit here, my soul, and disregard the rain that is not falling, yet appears to fall. We are bringing you the rain as a transcribed feature. On every field, in every ditch and gully, in the swamps, extra in the swamps, in the grass, where the step falls, where the bird is, rain. Sit here, my soul, and take your medicine, interpreted for you by Mr. Arrowroot.
Listen to the news. It's a calling. Listen to the news. It's a calling.
Go ahead, Stockholm. Go ahead, London. They covered the retreat as best they could. They were brave in the everlasting columns. They wore their immortality proudly. The enemy is in complete possession of all the principal railroad centers. The enemy is in complete possession.
Sit here, my violated soul. Swallow your bitter pill. And remember, there are hundreds of tempting ways to serve bananas. And I always say, if you've seen one late afternoon, one declining civilization, you've seen them all. Sit here, my soul, and think about superior races that are on the move. This is National Child Health Week, also the week the British failed in Norway. And by paying 1 cent more, this is our special sale, you can get 200 soda tablets for 51 cents. You can get Austria, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Finland, Denmark, if you know the name of your local dealer. Austria, Czechoslovakia, or aren't you listening anymore? Pay close attention, oh my soul, and don't go gathering wool in May. These sick thoughts of mine won't stand up in the superior literature, among the superior races. I mean the ones that are in possession of the principal railroad centers. This stuff is moldy. It has no virility, no national theme, no broad world outlook, except the rain. But the leader will stop the rain when it becomes apparent that it no longer serves any useful purpose in the realm, or when a cheap substitute can be found. Try Cripps, my soul, all others having failed. Come in, Cripps.
This is Cripps, speaking from Paris. Chancellor Hitler today baked himself a cake. It was lighter, creamier than the rest, and will be eaten everywhere by those who like cake and by those who don't. The young will eat it as a breakfast treat. Young Germans and young Danes will eat this cake. It is particularly appealing to the young and has a fudge filling.
I read a statement quite a while ago when Germany was succeeding in a cold fjord. The captain of a tramp, an eyewitness, told how the invaders looked. They were very young, he said, and they seemed to know just where they were going. That's the thing about young men. You tell them where they are going, and they believe it. Not till they're old do they find out they never got there. Try Cripps and let it rain. Let it rain on the mechanized unit entering the town that's been destroyed already from the air. Totally destroyed. No houses left. No streets. No hint of habitation. Totally destroyed. No houses left. No shops. No summer in the shops. No summertime. No streets. No children in the streets. No streets in summer. Only the successful unit and immediate supplies. Fill up the tank, my soul. Get extra mileage, for you'll need it bad.